session of the Senate in the first regular session of the 20th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan will lead the chamber in prayer.
This afternoon's prayer is taken from the good book, Psalm 37, verses 1 to 17. Fret not yourself because of evildoers. Be not envious of wrongdoers, for they will soon fade like the grass and wither like the green herb. Trust in the Lord and do good. Dwell in the land and befriend faithfulness. Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart. Commit your way to the Lord, trust in Him, and He will act. He will bring forth your righteousness as the light, and your justice as the noonday. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for Him. Fret not yourself over the one who prospers in his way, over the man who carries out evil devices. Refrain from anger, forsake wrath. Fret not yourself, it tends only to evil. For the evildoers shall be cut off, but those who wait for the Lord shall inherit the land. In a little while the wicked will be no more. Though you look carefully at his place, he will not be there. But the meek shall inherit the land and delight themselves in abundant peace. The wicked plots against the righteous and gnashes his teeth at him. But the Lord laughs at the wicked, for He sees that his day is coming. The wicked draw the sword and bend their bows to bring down the poor and the needy, to slay those whose way is upright. Their sword shall enter their own heart, and their bows shall be broken. Better is the little that the righteous has than the abundance of the many wicked. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but the Lord upholds the righteous. We ask this and we pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. The Himig Rosenya will lead us in the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, and the group will also render a song entitled Sarumbanggi.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyong ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisingin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simayan, sa langit mong mukha, magilag ang tulang at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng matawat mo'y tagumpay, larang dinigdig, ang bituin na tarang niyang kailan, pagmanim at dililim, lupa ng araw ng buwan, ating pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
The Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camille, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, Senate President is present.
With 23 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we'd just like to acknowledge the guests in the gallery by, of course, guest of Senator Legarda, Ms. Sonia Mendoza of Mother Earth Foundation, Ms. Aloha Santos, President of the Philippine National Waste Workers Alliance, and Mr. Froilan Grate, Regional Coordinator of GAIA Asia Pacific, Mr. President.
We welcome the guests to the Senate. Thank you.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 39th Session, Wednesday, January 28, 2026, and consider the same as approved. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair is none. The journal is approved.
Mr. President, may we move to third reading vote? We have one measure here for third reading. I move that we consider for third reading Senate Bill number 1509. This is an act establishing the Philippine Geriatric Center. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. The 1688, the Senate Bill 1509 is in order. The Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
An act establishing the Philippine Geriatric Center, defining its purposes and objectives and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camille, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, and Senate President Soto III.
With 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 1509 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, following the relinquishment of the position by the former Secretary of the Senate, who we honored last week, I move that we proceed with the election of the new Secretary of the Senate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, in accordance to Rule Number 2, Section 2 of the Rules of the Senate, I nominate Mark Leandro L. Mendoza as the new Secretary of the Senate. May I ask to be recognized, Mr. President, to give the nomination speech for the nominee, if I may, Mr. President.
Yes. Yes, you may. Proceed.
Mr. President, I have the pleasure of nominating Mr. Mark Leandro Dong Mendoza as our next Senate Secretary. The Senate Secretary carries an outsized burden, overseeing all the affairs of the Senate, from its legislative functions to the welfare of its employees. Fortunately for us, Secretary Mendoza is a seasoned government official who has proven to be an astute and reliable leader throughout his time as member of the House of Representatives from 2007 to 2016, as Secretary General of the House of Representatives from 2020 to 2022, and as Presidential Advisor on Legislative Affairs from 2022 to 2025. In all of these roles, Mr. President, he has been an excellent leader, able to make efficient and incisive decisions for our government institutions. As such, Mr. President, I nominate Mr. Mark Leandro Mendoza as our Senate Secretary. This is history in the making, marking the first time that the Secretary General of the House of Representatives will also serve.
Any other nomination? Is there any other nomination?
There's no other nomination, Mr. President.
So I would like to entertain a motion to close the period of
Mr.
nomination.
President, I move to close the period of nomination.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Pursuant to the rules of the Senate, there being no candidate for the position of Senate Secretary, the voting shall be viva voce. Those voting for Mark Leandro Mendoza, please say aye.
Aye.
The members say, those who are against say nay.
President, in accordance to Rule 2, Section 2 of the Rules of the Senate, I nominate retired Air Force General, Major General Edgardo Rene Samonte as the Sergeant-at-Arms of the Senate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any
And
objection? Yes,
I
go
have
ahead.
a speech
Please proceed with your
prepared for
nomination.
this. Mr. President, this gentleman, our officer and gentleman, retired Major General Edgardo Rene Samonte, having already served as our Senate Sergeant-at-Arms during the 18th Congress, knows these halls better than even many of us incumbent senators do. This will simply be a return to service for a man who's already proven himself to be a trusted leader here in the Senate. Before his time in the Senate, General Samonte rendered invaluable service as officer of the Air Force. He brought that Air Force standard of discipline and command to the Senate in 2019 when he was first appointed as a Sergeant-at-Arms. Here in the Senate, he ensured the safety and security of everyone in the Senate premises, allowing us to carry our legislative functions with the assurance that all is well in the Senate at all times. I thus have the pleasure of nominating General Samonte as serving as our Sergeant-at-Arms once again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Is there any other nomination?
There are no other nominations, Mr. President. Move to
There
close
being
the
no
period of
other nomination, nominations closed. Pursuant to Rule 2 of the Rules of the Senate, there being no other candidate for the position of Sergeant-at-Arms, the voting will be viva voce. Those voting for retired Major General Edgardo Rene Samonte, please say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. Retired Major General Edgardo Rene Samonte is hereby declared and proclaimed as the Sergeant-at-Arms of the Senate.
Mr. President, I move for congratulations to our new Sergeant-at-Arms, and I move that we have a 1-minute suspension of session to allow both Secretary Mendoza and retired Major General Edgardo Rene Samonte to ascend to the rostrum to take their oath. I so move, Mr. President. For
Thank
a
you.
1-minute
The session is suspended.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority
President.
Leader.
Once again, congratulations to our new Senate Secretary, and we will put him up to the task because I move for the reference of business, Mr. President. I so move.
Yes.
Trabaho agad, Mr. President.
The Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Bills on first reading. Senate Bill number 1688 titled An Act Amending Republic Act number 6713, also known as an act establishing a code of conduct and ethical standards for public officials and employees to uphold the time-honored principle of public office being a public trust, granting incentives and rewards for exemplary service, enumerating prohibited acts and transactions, providing penalties for violations thereof. Introduced by Honorable Senator Tulfo R.
Referred to the Committee on Civil Service.
Senate Bill number 1689 titled An Act Establishing Green Lanes to Expedite, Streamline, and Automate Permitting and Licensing Process for Strategic Investments in the Philippines. Introduced by Honorable Senator Zubiri.
Referred to the Committees on Trade, Civil Service, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1690 titled An Act Creating a Cacao Research and Development Center, authorizing the appropriation of funds therefore and for other purposes. Introduced by Senator Lapid.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Science and Technology, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1691 titled An Act Mandating all barangays to create a registry of skilled workers to provide funds therefore and for other purposes. Introduced by Senator Lapid.
Referred to the Committees on Labor, Local Government, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1692 titled An Act Penalizing the Smuggling of Foreign Currency and Other Monetary Instruments in bulk into or out of the Philippines. Introduced by Senator Lapid.
Referred to Committees on Banks, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1693 titled An Act Institutionalizing a Grant and Fee Program to incentivize and promote the proper recycling of used computers and establish a national infrastructure for the recycling of used computers. Introduced by Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Environment.
Senate Bill number 1694 titled An Act Creating the Department of Disaster Risk Reduction and Management, defining its powers and functions and appropriating funds therefore. Introduced by Senator Lapid.
Referred to Committees on National Defense, Civil Service, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1695 titled An Act Establishing Programs and Services for the Support of the Mental Health and Wellness of Teachers and appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Referred to Committee.
Introduced by Senator Tulfo E.
Referred to the Committees on Basic Education, Health, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1696 titled An Act Establishing a Pre-Employment Loan Assistance Program for Overseas Filipino Workers, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Introduced by Senator Tulfo.
Referred to Committees on Migrant Workers and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1697 titled An Act Requiring the Inclusion of Entrepreneurship as a Separate Subject in the Junior and Senior High School curricula of the K-12 program. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
Referred to Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1698 titled An Act Enhancing Accessibility in the Voting of Senior Citizens, Persons with Disabilities, Pregnant Women, and Indigenous Peoples, amending for the purpose of Public Act number 10366 or an act authorizing the Commission on Elections to establish precincts assigned to accessible polling places, exclusively persons with disabilities and senior citizens, and providing for funds therefore. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
Referred to the Committees on Electoral Reforms, Social Justice, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1699 titled An Act Prohibiting Game Fixing and Providing Penalties for Violation therefore. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committees on Sports and Games and Amusements.
Senate Bill number 1700 titled An Act Establishing Migrant Filipino Youth Desks in all Philippine embassies. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations, Youth, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1701 titled An Act Establishing the Philippine Entrepreneurs Academy and providing funds thereof. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
Referred to Committees on Higher Education, Trade, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1702 titled An Act Strengthening Local Sports Programs to Develop Young Athletes and Providing funds thereof. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committees on Youth, Sports, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1703 titled An Act Establishing State-of-the-Art Animation Facilities and Infrastructure in the Philippines to Promote a Competitive Environment for the Animation Industry and Appropriating Funds therefore. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committees on Public Information and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1704 titled An Act Strengthening the Special Program in Creative Arts for Junior and Senior High School and appropriating funds therefore. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1705 titled An Act Mandating the Inclusion of Digital Skills and Relevant Technology Courses in the Education Curriculum and providing funds therefore. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Higher Education, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1706 titled An Act Defining the Crime of Illegal Recruitment committed by a syndicate amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 442, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines as amended, and Republic Act number 8042, or Migrant Workers and Overseas Philippines Act of 1995 as amended. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committees on Labor and Migrant Workers.
Senate Bill number 1707 titled An Act Incorporating Scam Prevention Education in the Senior and High School Curricula and appropriating funds therefore. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1708 titled An Act Strengthening the Powers and Functions of the Intellectual Property Office of Philippines, amending for the purpose of Republic Act number 8293 for the Intellectual Property Code of Philippines as amended. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committee on Trade.
Senate Bill number 1709 titled An Act Strengthening the Competitiveness of the Philippine Motor Vehicle Manufacturing Industry. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committees on Trade, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1710 titled An Act Institutionalizing the Private Basic Education Voucher Program, creating the Bureau of Private Education and appropriating funds for repealing for the purpose of sections 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 14, and 15 of Republic Act number 8545 on expanded government assistance to students and teachers in Private Education Act. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1711 titled An Act Fixing the Deadline for the Payment of Transfer Tax Real Property, amending Section 135 of Republic Act number 7160 of the Local Government Code of 1991. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committees on Local Government and Ways and Means.
Senate Bill number 1712 titled An Act Providing for Bicycle Rights, Creation of Local Bikeways Office, Establish Infrastructure in Relation thereto. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committees on Public Services, Public Works, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 1713 titled An Act proclaiming the third week of June as Deaf Blind Awareness Week. Introduced by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committee on Health.
Senate Bill number 1714 titled An Act Safeguarding Individual Likeness, Identity, and Publicity Rights by regulating the creation and use of deepfakes through disclosure, consent, platform accountability, and providing remedies and penalties therefore and for other purposes. Introduced by Senator Robin Padilla.
Referred to Committees on Science and Technology, Public Information.
Senate Bill number 1715 titled An Act Amending Public Act number 11934, otherwise known as the Subscriber Identity Module Registration Act, introduced by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Public Services and Trade.
Communication from the Letter of Office of President of the Philippines transmitting to the Senate 200 copies of Republic Act number 12314 titled An Act Appropriating Funds for the Operation of the Government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2026, together with this line veto measures under Section 27, Article 6 of the 1987 Constitution, which provides that the President shall have the power to veto any particular items in operation, revenue, or tariff bill.
To the Archives. There is additional reference of business. You please proceed.
Resolution. Concurrent resolution number 9 titled Concurrent Resolution Adopting the National Education and Workforce Development Plan 2026-2035 and recommendations of the Second Congressional Commission on Education as a 10-year policy framework of the national government, introduced by Senators Legarda and Villanueva.
Referred to the Committee on Rules. Jordi Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, for the record, Senator Robin Padilla would just like to insert into the records his explanation of vote in the geriatric center bill. Mr. President, for the record.
Right,
Senator Joel Villanueva and Senator Robin
Likewise.
Padilla. Yes.
likewise. All right,
Thank you.
so inserted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Concurrent Resolution number 8, taking into consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution number 9. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the Senate Concurrent Resolution number 8, taking into consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution number 9 is in order.
Yes, Mr. President, this is the resolution adopting the National Education and Workforce Development Plan of 2026 to 2035 and recommendations of the Second Congressional Commission on Education as the 10-year policy framework of the national government. Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senator Bam Aquino, Mr. President.
Senator Bam Aquino is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Yes, Mr.
President.
President. Oh, please.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Mr. President, the subject of the sponsorship speech is the same as the privilege speech last week, so I've requested the Majority Floor Leader just to insert the speech into the records. Ito rin po yung pinag-usapan po natin nung nakarang linggo tungkol po sa edukasyon. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
All right. Hearing no objection, so inserted.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we also recognize to sponsor the measure Senator Lauren Legarda, Mr. President.
Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Sponsor of the. Are you ready, or you just insert to the record? I'm sorry.
It's the same as last week.
Sayang, education. Work hard. We have time.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to sponsor Senate Concurrent Resolution number 09, co-signed by Senator Joel Villanueva, which seeks to adopt the National Education and Workforce Development Plan for 2026 to 2035, together with the recommendations of the Second Congressional Commission on Education, or EDCOM-2, as a 10-year policy framework of the national government. This resolution is born out of a simple but difficult truth. The challenges facing Philippine education are systemic, long-standing, and deeply intertwined with our workforce outcomes, our productivity, our national competitiveness. They cannot be solved by piecemeal reforms nor by policies that reset every election cycle. For the past 3 years, EDCOM-2 has undertaken an exhaustive, evidence-based diagnosis of our education system, from early childhood to tertiary education and technical vocational training. Its work has been grounded in research, consultation, and rigorous policy analysis. The result is a clear diagnosis and, more importantly, a coherent roadmap for reform. What this resolution proposes is not new bureaucracy, not automatic spending mandates, not executive micromanagement. What it proposes is policy discipline. By adopting a 10-year National Education and Workforce Development Plan, Congress is asserting continuity. We are saying that education reform must outlast administrations, align agencies, and be sustained across budget cycles. In the same way that fiscal policy is guided by a medium-term framework, education reform must be anchored on a long-term evidence-based plan. The resolution identifies priority areas for reform, among them early childhood development, classroom congestion, learning recovery, teacher support, digital connectivity, stronger school-to-employment pathways, and closer alignment between education and labor market needs. These priorities are not aspirational slogans. They are grounded in data, shaped by experience, responsive to the realities faced daily by our learners and teachers. Equally important, this resolution recognizes the role of Congress beyond legislation. It explicitly anchors this plan as a guide for our legislative agenda, budget deliberations, appropriations, and oversight functions. It urges the executive branch to align policies and programs accordingly while fully respecting institutional mandates and fiscal sustainability. In short, this resolution affirms that education reform is not the responsibility of one agency alone, nor of one sector or one administration. It is a whole of government and whole of nation commitment that demands consistency, coordination, accountability over the long term. This is a moment for the Senate to lead with foresight. By adopting this resolution, we are not merely endorsing a report, we are committing to a decade of deliberate, evidence-based reform that places our learners, our teachers, the future workforce at the center of national development. I respectfully, therefore, urge the adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 09. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, may we recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Senator
Also
Joel
co-sponsored.
Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished Majority Leader. Mr. President, dear colleagues, education reform demands long-term vision. Its results are not immediate, but enduring. As the saying goes, great men plant trees whose shade they will never enjoy. This resolution reflects that kind of leadership, that one that looks beyond political cycles and commits to continuity and coherence in policy. And that is why we rise today, Mr. President, in support of this resolution, which we filed together with our dear colleague, Senator Loren Legarda, adopting the National Education and Workforce Development Plan and the recommendations of the Second Congressional Commission on Education as the 10-year policy framework of the national government. The National Education and Workforce Development Plan to 2026 to 2035 provides a clear and strategic roadmap to address the country's learning crisis, anchored on concrete and measurable goals. It sets ambitious targets, Mr. President, such as achieving 95% proficiency in basic reading by grade 3 and improving grade 12 learning outcomes toward 90% proficiency by 2035. It calls for strengthening foundational learning, expanding access to early childhood education, ending mass promotion, and aligning education with workforce needs so that our learners are not only educated, but truly prepared for work and life. By anchoring national education and workforce reforms on EDCOM2's evidence-based recommendations, Mr. President, dear colleagues, we invest not for ourselves, but for future generations. Mr. President, dear colleagues, ito po ay para sa pagpapataas ng antas ng edukasyon sa Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po and may God bless us all.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is our distinguished colleague, Senator Win Gatchalian.
An objection, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Good afternoon, colleagues. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to co-sponsor and express my full support for Senate Concurrent Resolution number 8. The work of the Second Congressional Commission on Education is not only a testament to a passion for education, but also to rigor, the value of empirical research and data-driven decision-making. Despite many well-intentioned reforms in the past, our education sector has suffered from conflicting policies and programs that don't last beyond a single administration. Without a clear long-term policy framework, initiatives risk being diluted before the country feels their full impact. In this regard, EDCOM2's body of work speaks for itself. Over the course of 3 years, the Commission has diagnosed the deepest systemic problems affecting the education sector, and their work has been pivotal in the creation of landmark legislation. Some notable examples are the Early Childhood Care and Development Systems Act, as well as the Expanded Tertiary Education Equivalency and Accreditation Program and the Lifelong Learning Development Framework Act. both of which expand the philosophy, scope, and opportunities for learning beyond college and promote the acquisition of skills and knowledge well into adult life. EDCOM 2 also endorsed the Basic Education, Mental Health, and Well-Being Promotions Act and the Academic Recovery and Accessible Learning Program Act as a way of strengthening the foundational learning. These examples show that EDCOM 2's work touches the entire spectrum of learners and learning environments. EDCOM 2 recently launched its final report, and within it is the National Education Workforce Development Plan. It contains 20 priority recommendations designed to address the nation's learning crisis. It is backed by rigorous study, concrete performance targets, and incremental investments in education over the course of the next decade. I fully support the call to make the National Education and Workforce Development Plan, as well as the recommendations of the Second Congressional Commission on Education, as the 10-year policy framework of the national government. Not only are its findings comprehensive and data-driven, but the Commission's work has a track record of success. The ARAL program, for example, has yielded some early wins. Malanday Elementary School in Marikina City, learners in Key Stage 1, grades 1 to grades 3, showed significant improvements in reading, math, and science. Learners' performance improved from 57.26% at the start of the year to 94.03% by the middle of the year, an increase of almost 37%. In the 2026 national budget, the ARAL program received 8.9 billion pesos in funding. Isa ito sa mga bagay na ipinaglaban natin sa ating makasaysayang budget sa edukasyon. Early this month, the Department of Education reported that reading readiness scores of more than 3 million learners in grades 3 to 6 improved by approximately 5 points. The scores of learners in grades 7 to 10 increased by 6 points, improving the proficiency of 1.72 million learners. Gains like this must be sustained over time and complemented by reforms in policy design so that problems are given paramount solutions. The National Education and Workforce Development Plan is precisely that framework. Before I end, I would like to thank my fellow senators for all their hard work and support, in particular Senator Bam Aquino, Chairperson of Senate Committee on Education. Let us continue to work together so that no learner is left behind. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rovinia Chalian. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may we also recognize the distinguished colleague, Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan, to co-sponsor the measure.
Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I rise to co-sponsor Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 8, which seeks to adopt the National Education and Workforce Development Plan 2026 to 2035 as the 10-year policy framework of the national government based on the findings and recommendations of EDCOM 2. Ang dokumentong ito ay kolektibong pag-amin na kumbagay nanghihingalo na ang ating sistema ng edukasyon at kailangan nating kolektibong manindigan na ibangon at ayusin ito. Kinukumpirma ng EDCOM 2 ang mga matagal ng problema ng ating sistema sa edukasyon. Punong-puno ang mga classroom. Pagod na pagod ang mga teacher at mga estudyante pumapasa kahit halos walang natututunan. Malinaw ang sinasabi ng resolusyon. Dapat nang isalba ang naghihingalong sektor ng edukasyon. Batayan ng kinabukasan ng buong bansa ang edukasyon. Kapag hindi nakakabasa ang batang nasa grade 3 o hindi makagawa ng basic math ang nasa high school, sinusumpa natin sa pagkakakulelat ang ating mga anak at ang ating bansa. Bawat taon na pinatatagal ang reforma, sinusumpa natin ang ating mga kabataan sa isang kinabukasang mahirap ang trabaho, mababa ang sweldo o kita. Sinusumpa na rin nating iwan tayo ng maiiwan tayo ng mas maunlad nating mga karatig bansa. Ginagawang mandato ng EDCOM 2 ang mga ebidensya. Mahihinang pundasyon sa mga unang taon ng ating mga mag-aaral, kulang-kulang na suporta sa ating mga guro, at isang sistemang ginagantimpalaan ang pagsunod sa alituntunin, hindi ang actual learning o pagkatuto. Sa ating pagpapatibay ng resolusyong ito, sinasabi nating nakikinig tayo sa ebidensya at tinatanggap natin ang responsibilidad sa pag-ayos ng sistema. Hindi lang sisihan. Lumilikha ang resolusyong ito ng pangmatagalang roadmap na hindi lang nalilimita sa isang administrasyon o pangulo, kalihim o mambabatas. Tatagal ng isang dekada ang mga mungkahing reforma sa edukasyon. At inaangkla natin ang mga reforma sa isang malinaw, time-bound na plano sa pagpapatibay ng parehong kapulungan ng Kongreso. Binibigyan natin ang buong sistema ng pagkakataong lumaban kahit mag-iba-iba pa ang hangin ng politika, ika nga. Tapos na ang trabaho ng EDCOM 2, umpisa na ang trabaho natin. Itutugma na natin ang mga pangako sa ilalaang budget. Ipapatupad na natin ang mga batas na magbabangon at magpapatibay ng ating sistemang edukasyon. Naumpisahan na natin ang mga sumusunod. Mas mataas na puhunan para sa early childhood nutrition, lalo na sa first 1,000 days ng ating mga mag-aaral sa pamamagitan ng school-based feeding program at supplemental feeding program. Ang madaliang pagtugon sa mga backlog sa classroom at kasikipan ng mga paaralan sa pamamagitan ng public-private partnerships at yung Classroom Acceleration Program. At ang pagtaas hanggang 4% ng GDP ang budget para sa edukasyon. Marami pang reforma ang kailangan ma-institutionalize, pero tagos sa lahat ng mga mungkahing ito ang paglinis sa burokrasyang literal na ninanakaw ang pondong nakalaan para sa ating mga mag-aaral at mga guro. Ninanakaw ang kinabukasan ng bawat isa sa atin. Ninanakaw ang kinabukasan ng Pilipinas. Sa pamamagitan ng ating sama-samang pagkilos, walang problema na hindi natin maaring malagpasan. Salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Salamat, mga kasama. Magandang hapon sa kanilang lahat.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Majority Leader.
Sure. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We'd like to recognize Senator Pia Cayetano also to co-sponsor the measure, and after which the minority leader as well would like to.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I rise to manifest my support for Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 8, or the Concurrent Resolution adopting the National Education and Workforce Development Plan 2026 to 2035 and recommendations of the Second Congressional Commission on Education as the 10-year policy framework of the national government. As a background, this representation as chairperson of the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovations, Futures Thinking, had hearings and later filed a committee report in the 18th Congress entitled The Future of Education. This report recognized that leaders in futures thinking had already foreseen the challenges brought about by the COVID pandemic. It also noted the reality that students have different skills and learning abilities. The committee report sought to provide direction and foresight to ensure the flexibility and responsiveness of the country's education system, especially due to volatilities, uncertainties, complexities, and ambiguities of the future, and allow learners to adapt to new careers and skills required for the future. The National Education and Workforce Development Plan is anchored on the fact that success in the 21st century is no longer defined by a single degree or fixed career path. It recognizes a simple but powerful reality. We can no longer plan education and jobs based only on the past or even the present. We must plan for the future. What our people need are transferable skills such as critical thinking, digital literacy, problem solving, creativity, collaboration, and adaptability, which allows them to thrive amid constant change. We must ensure that our education system deliberately develops these skills so Filipinos are not only employable today, but resilient and competitive in the future of work. I strongly support this plan because it acknowledges that technical skills alone are no longer enough. Workers must be able to learn continuously, shift careers when needed, and apply existing knowledge in new contexts. That is why emphasis on lifelong learning, reskilling, and upskilling is so crucial. Equally important is the focus on coordination across agencies such as DepEd, TESDA, and CHED towards a shared vision for Philippine education. Among the priority reforms identified in the EDCOM 2 final report, which I have consistently supported, as Vice Chair for Finance handling the budget of the Department of Education and its attached agencies for 6 years, include the following: early childhood nutrition, training and capacity building of child development workers and child development teachers, access of early childhood education, procurement of textbook, address classroom backlog and congestions in schools, expansion of programs for learners with disabilities, and support for teachers and professionals in inclusive education. To conclude, this is about future-proofing our people, ensuring that Filipinos are not left behind as industries evolve and new forms of work emerge. Taken together, these reforms underscore a clear and consistent message. The foundation of a future-ready workforce begins early, as strengthened in our schools, and are sustained through inclusive and responsive education systems. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pia Cayetano, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Alan Cayetano, Mr. President.
In objection, the Senate Minority Leader, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano.
Good
is
afternoon,
recognized.
Mr. President. Mr. President, magandang hapon. Mr. President, ang topic natin napakaganda, education, isang topic na I think nagkakaisa tayong lahat. But like many things, yung approach. So may I just put on record my personal approach. The first book I believe in is, of course, the Bible. And the Bible tells us that each and every one of us is made in the image and nature of God. Ibig sabihin ko, anong DNA ng Panginoon? Yun din ang DNA natin. Therefore, learning, continuous learning, improvement of oneself is one of the most important aspects of being human, being God's children. The Bible is a book of power and principle. Ang principle, kung anong ating itatanim, yun ang ating aanihin. So hindi natin pwedeng sabihin, kukunti ang ating itatanim sa edukasyon, tapos malaki aanihin natin. Di natin pwedeng sabihin, mangga itatanim natin, santo lang ating ang magiging bunga. In that area, Mr. President, of course, I recognize the Senate presidency of Senator Soto, of Senator Win Gatchalian, of this whole chamber in may I call it the best education budget since the 1987 Constitution. But of course, we have to be able to judge something based on potential. Potentially, the whole 500 billion na tinanggal sa DPWH ay pwedeng nilagay sa education. But of course, that's not the call of just this chamber nor Senator Gatchalian. Diba? It's the call of House, Senate, the persuasive power of media, of Malacanang. So we're not pointing fingers, but we're also part of the decisions we make. Diba? The decisions we made the last 30 years. Every decision we make, may mabuti, may masama. So when President Cory decided na libre na ang high school, it was a beautiful decision. It was a wonderful decision. But we couldn't afford it at the time. Pero sabi niya, since maganda, gawin natin. So doon nagsimula yung mass promotion. So marami nga doon na grade 6, hindi pa marunong magbasa, pinasa sa first year, so forth. Diba? Finally, nung panahon ni President Pinoy, humabol tayo. Hindi exactly, but almost sapat na yung mga classroom. And he made another beautiful decision, which is dagdagan ng K muna. Wala daw K yung education natin. K as in kindergarten. No? Ang problema, being married to a mayor, we didn't have the classrooms. So yung classrooms ng grade 1, 2 and then nag-rush ng classrooms. So doon pa lang nakita na natin may problema. K pa lang dinagdag natin, hindi pa yung 2, problematic na. But the persuasive powers of Senator Ed Angara, of Brother Armin, of course, the President Pinoy oozing with sincerity na maayos ito, persuaded us that they will put the money and make it available. Senator Recto, who is now ES, told us that's 250 billion from the pocket of students and parents and 250 billion from the pockets of government every year. Until the pandemic, medyo na-survive natin yan. In fact, when Senator Coco and Senator Soto was also, Senator Coco was, and of course Senator Soto was Senate President noon, may discussion di ba, kung i-abolish yung K-12. But our secretary noon was against it na persuade si President Duterte na wag, and in fact, na-persuade pa nga siya na free na rin yung college. At least, scholarship sa mga state universities. So, in terms of intention, Mr. President, I do not doubt the intention of all of these authors of EDCOM, Senator Lawrence sa Higher Ed and Technical Ed, Senator Bam sa Basic Ed, Secretary Sani, President Marcos. Lahat yan maganda intention. But I'll go to the second book, the Constitution. We complied substantially with the Constitution na highest ang education. In DepEd alone, pag dinagdag mo pa yung higher ed, yung local governments, yung paggasto sa malaki talaga. But Mr. President, I rise today to put this on record. Maganda yan 10-year plan, I support it. Maganda po ang findings ng EDCOM 2, yung first, second, and third publication. But the big elephant in the room, until we decide to either fully fund it, and it will take hundreds of billions, or. So either yakapin natin yung K-12 ng buong buo at ilagay natin yung additional few hundred billions plus the effort needed, or we make K-11 or K-10 muna. Habang we are half-hearted, I think, I don't want to use, Mr. President, I don't want to use half-hearted kasi tumotodo naman tayo But ang punto ko po, kung hanggang 100 kilometers ang takbo ng kotse at kaya natin mag 100 kilometers, no one can say na half-hearted tayo. Pero kung hanggang 200 kilometers ang takbo ng kotse at sabihin natin, boss, hanggang 120 lang kaya natin, yung 80 hindi. Yung potential na 80, half-hearted. So we're not half-hearted not because we're not putting everything we can, but because the system that the world has imposed upon us, when we passed this, it was because of pressure na sa Europe, sa US, and most other countries have K-12, pero nagbabago na po talaga. Ang Vietnam na unahan na tayo. Even then, there were 2 or 3 countries who had better systems than the rest of the world, pero K-10 sila. So Mr. President, may I just put that at the doorstep or at the feet of our honorable senators and decision makers. Yes, let's do everything we can. Better budget for 2027, full implementation 2026, 10-year plan. But sooner or later, hindi natin pwedeng hindi pag-usapan. K-11 ba muna tayo? K-12 muna? K-12, K-11, K-10? Or fully funding it? Yung 10-year plan na yan is based on present situations, present economic situation, world standards, value ng ating peso, dollar, simento, time, effort, and even the attention span of children. Remember, nung lumabas tong problema na to ng reading 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic. Hindi ito totoong R, pero yun ang tawag ng bata tayo, SP, di ba? Reading, writing, arithmetic. Wala ka pang social media. So ang sabi lang nila alam nyo, pare, may konting pastor, konting influence, parents malaki influence, barkada mas malaking influence, at TV ang may influence. Mr. President, the reality is most in highly urbanized cities, half day ang pasok. Half day ang pasok. Ang biggest influence ngayon po ay yung screen ng kanyang cellphone. And unfortunately, most of the time, it is not educational. So, Mr. President, until we have classes that are 7 to 3 or 8 to 4, and until our schools have basketball courts, volleyball courts, chess tournaments, debate club, ballet, martial arts, i-accelerate natin paggawa ng classroom. Walang lupa eh. So every classroom na itatayo mo, meron mawawala na track and field or na covered court, or magigiba ka ng 4-story to make a 10-story. Pero in the meantime, lalong lumala kasi yung 4-story. Maraming cities, wala nang lupa na mabili or it takes so long para magkaroon ng bagong classroom. So kung tatanungin tayo ngayon, effort, AAA po tayo. Outstanding po tayo. Lahat ng effort nilalagay natin. Pero let me end this way. Akala ko biro to, pero ginugel ko, totoo talaga. There was this Olympian na ang sinabi sa kanya, hindi niya kailangan ng bullseye. Malapit lang sa bullseye, gold medal na siya. Archery. So nag-target siya, tinignan niya, paused for a minute, binitawan niya, bullseye. Sandali, nagpalakpakan ng tao, biglang tumahimik lahat. Nagtaka siya bakit tumahimik. Tinignan niya, bullseye. Bullseye pala nung katabi niya. Ang tinamaan pala niya, hindi niya bullseye. Doon pala sa target nung katabi niya. Baka naman po yung tinatarget natin K-12 ay target ng Estados Unidos, target ng Europe, target ng ibang ng Japan. Pero sa Pilipinas po, kailangan natin linawin ang ating target. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader, Mr. Senate President, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, no other member wishes to sponsor the measure. I move to close the period of sponsorship, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
There are no members who wish to make amendments to the concurrent resolution. I move, Mr. President, we adopt concurrent Senate Resolution number 8, taking consideration Senate concurrent resolution number 9. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before we act on the other, yes, the resolution has been approved. Mr. President, with no other, we will pause for the agenda and recognize our distinguished Senate President for availment of the privilege hour, Mr. President, to give his privileged speech.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Senate President, Senator Vicente Tito Soto III, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues, I beg your indulgence. I really intended to deliver a privileged speech today, but would probably be delivering a full-blown privileged speech on Wednesday. Today, I would rather, after consulting the man in the middle cross, I decided that instead of delivering a privileged speech, I would like to insert into the records of the Senate 2 articles, 2 birds with 1 stone, 2 topics. Articles written by Father Ranhilio Calangan Aquino and former Senator Francisco Kit Tatad, dated today in the Manila Times. This is hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, Mr. President, and I feel that this will be a valuable reference and insight to consider for our colleagues, for future researchers, for scholars, and pertinent committees of the Senate. So I so move that we insert into the record such, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, so inserted into the records.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you,
Thank you,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Senate President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, next on the agenda, we'd like to resume consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 256. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, proposed Senate Resolution number 256 is in order.
May we recognize the distinguished colleague, Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan, to sponsor and to interpolate a distinguished colleague from Tarlac and Pampanga, Senator Rodante Marcoleta.
Senator Francis Pangilinan is recognized, and to interpolate, Senator Rodante Marcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are ready to respond to the questions and the interpellation of the good senator, my fellow Kapampangan, my kabalin, Senator Marcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank my colleague from the gentleman from Pampanga and Quezon City for having readily accepted questions from this representation. Mr. President, in the sponsorship speech of the Honorable Senator from Pampanga and Quezon City, he said that the resolution will signal our resolve to prevent China from claiming 500,000 square kilometers of our exclusive economic zone. I'd like to ask the gentleman, Mr. President, where did he get his data of 500,000 square kilometers?
Yes, Mr. President, the data was taken from the computations based on the Philippines 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone, Mr. President, and juxtaposed with the claim of of China in the 10-dash line, wherein about 90% of the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea, is being claimed by them.
Mr. President, is the gentleman aware that there is a post from the National Security Council of the Philippines saying that our West Philippine Sea is approximately 381,000 square kilometers?
300,000 square kilometers, Mr. President. Are they referring to our exclusive economic zone or our territorial sea, or may we be clarified?
Our exclusive economic zone with respect to the West Philippine Sea, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'd like to clarify. I'd like to be clarified, rather, because the data that was provided us by the advisors to the Philippine delegation to the to the Hague, the International Arbitral Tribunal, provided the amount of approximately about 500,000 square kilometers. So we will have to clarify that, we would like to be clarified, Mr. President, as to the data. But having said that, assuming it's 345,000 square kilometers, that is still double, pretty much, or almost more than, or close to double, our land mass. In other words, it is a huge amount of exclusive economic zone being claimed by China. That we have sovereign rights over our territorial sea, as well as we have exclusive rights over our exclusive economic zone, which includes, as the gentleman has mentioned, at least from his data, 360,000 plus square kilometers. Mas malaki pa sa ating lupain. Kaya hindi maaari nating hayaan na lamang na aangkinin at ng ibang bansa, lalo na ang China.
Mr. President, I'm making this clarification because I would like to believe that the resolution is particularly related to our claim in the South China Sea, part of which is now being called the West Philippine Sea. According to the National Security Council, our exclusive economic zone in relation to that is only 381,000 square kilometers. And that is the principal interest in relation to the sponsorship speech in connection with the resolution under consideration, Mr. President. I would like to correct that because the 500,000 does not exist, Mr. President, because as I will discuss later, in Magaliano versus Ermita, this is a jurisprudence that was penned in relation to the conflicting maritime area in Republic Act 3046 and Republic Act 9522. Our Supreme Court had the opportunity, Mr. President, of adjudicating that our total exclusive economic zone, not only in the West Philippine Sea but in the other rest of the world, is only 382,669. This is already in the jurisprudence, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. We are currently securing the information that was relayed to us by Justice Carpio, and therefore, assuming for the sake of argument that it is 345,000 square kilometers, it does not remove the fact that that is a huge amount of our economic zone that is being aggressively taken over by China.
The only reason, Mr. President, that I'm trying to specify the exact area of our exclusive economic zone, because the next question is, would the Honorable Senator agree that in law a claim to land or waters must be defined by metes and bounds?
Mr. President, with the indulgence of the good senator, we already have an arbitrary ruling in our favor. So the metes and bounds is no longer debatable. The arbitral ruling has awarded the Philippines the arbitral ruling in our favor, Mr. President.
That is not entirely correct, Mr. President, and I beg to disagree. The reason why I'm asking the gentleman for the metes and bounds to our claim on our maritime rights is because until today, I would like to believe that there has not been any specific computation or coordinates of the West Philippine Sea. I'd like to ask if is the limit of our exclusive economic zone is specifically the 200 nautical miles from our archipelagic baseline, or is it provided under Administrative Order Number 29, the westernmost boundary of the Calayan Island Group, as defined under Presidential Decree 5096, or is it defined under Republic Act 9522 of 2009, or Republic Act number 12064 of 2024? The question, Mr. President, is very significant because we would like to specifically determine the extent of our West Philippine Sea. Because if we are unable to do that, baka mahirapan po tayong ipagtanggol hanggang saan ang sa atin. So can we at least have an answer?
Mr. President, hindi na natin kailangang ipagtanggol ang nasa atin. Napagpasahan na ng International Arbitral Tribunal. There is nothing to defend. It has been resolved in our favor. What we have to now defend and uphold is the ruling.
Mr. President, I think the gentleman from Pampanga and Quezon City is looking at the arbitral award as it is. I'm not saying that, of course, we won the EEZ, but it is still incumbent for our country, Mr. President, to define our West Philippine Sea. Because until now, as we will discuss later with the indulgence of the gentleman, we need to look at the coordinates, Mr. President. I'm only asking whether the basis of the West Philippine Sea is the 200 nautical miles from the archipelagic baselines. Because as the defense establishment say it, Mr. President, it is the approximation of our exclusive economic zone. Our exclusive economic zone is 200 nautical miles from our archipelagic baseline. So, can we assume that, are we proceeding from there? Or are we defining the extent of our WPS from Executive or Administrative Order number 29, Presidential Decree 1596, Republic Act 9522, o Republic Act 12064. Kasi kailangan po natin ma-define muna, Mr. President. Totoo po na ang arbitral award, in-invalidate po yung 9-dash line. Tama po yun. Pero hanggang doon lang, hindi naman sinabi ng arbitral award kung hanggang saan ang hangganan ng ating West Philippine Sea. That's why I am asking the gentleman kung alam po niya kung saan tayo magsisimula para sa ganon, i-determine natin, i-ascertain natin ang extent ng ating West Philippine Sea.
Yes, if I may reiterate, Mr. President, we see the point being raised by Senator Marcoleta. He mentioned Administrative Order number 29, which defines the West Philippine Sea. It was issued in 2012. On the other hand, in addition, we have the Philippine Maritime Zones Act, or Republic Act number 12064, enacted in 2024. These are government records that recognize the West Philippine Sea in official documents, and under the UNCLOS, which grants the Philippines the EEZ extending to up to 200 nautical miles from its coastline. This is the law. There is an administrative order, and of course there is UNCLOS. It is the position of this representation, Mr. President, that all three, UNCLOS, Administrative Order number 29, issued in 2012, and Republic Act 12064, enacted in 2024, are sufficient to be able to establish our exclusive economic zone as well as our territorial sea, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, if the answer is that Administrative Order number 29, which is the westernmost boundary of the Calayan Island Group, as defined under Presidential Decree 1596, is the very source of our determination of the West Philippine Sea,
Together with, Mr. President, the Philippine Maritime Zones Act, taken in conjunction with. So it's the AO 29 as well as RA 12064, and finally, UNCLOS.
Yes, Mr. President, isa-isayin lang natin. Doon muna tayo sa Administrative Order number 29, which confirmed Presidential Decree 1596. Mr. President, under PD 1596, President Marcos Sr. drew boundaries around certain features of this Spratly Island and called the enclosed area as Calayan Island Group. At that time, there was no exclusive economic zone yet under the UNCLOS. However, is the Honorable Senator aware that in 2016, the South China Sea Arbitral Tribunal declared the boundaries of the Calayan Island Group as contrary to the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea?
Well, Mr. President, I'm not familiar with the particular findings, but that is, to me, again, immaterial in the context of the award of the International Tribunal.
That will not be immaterial, Mr. President, with all due respect. Kasi nga po talagang sinisino natin dinidetermine natin kung gagamitin po natin yung Presidential Decree 1596. Sabi po ng Arbitral Tribunal, contrary po yun sa UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. Basahin po ninyo yung Arbitral Award. Nandun po yun sa paragraphs 573 to paragraphs 576. Sabi po niya, China and the Philippines has no right to enclose the Spratly Islands with the system of archipelagic or strait baselines, as though there is a single group islands or an offshore archipelago. Yun po yung sinabi. Kaya nga po, I am pointing this out, hindi natin magagamit yung 1596, not even Administrative Order 29. Kung sasabihin naman po natin, Mr. President, yung 9522 na banggit nila, is the Honorable Senator aware that Republic Act 9522 merely defined the Philippine archipelagic baselines from which to measure the territorial sea, exclusive economic zone, and continental shelf. Yun lang po ang ginawa noong 9522. Wala po siyang kinalaman in the determination of the exact area of the West Philippine Sea. Na-define lang po yung mga baselines natin para doon natin kwentahin yung ating territorial sea, yung ating exclusive economic zone, at saka yung ating continental shelf. Alam natin, ang EEZ at saka continental shelf, 200 nautical miles from the baseline. Territorial sea is 12 nautical miles from the baseline. Ngayon po, Mr. President, kung halimbawa ay babanggitin natin ang Republic Act 12064, ito po yung 2024 law, ang may problema po ito Section 2 of Republic Act number 12064 defines the West Philippine Sea as follows. The maritime zones of the Philippines on the western side of the Philippine archipelago, including the Luzon Sea and the territorial seas of Bajo de Masinloc and the maritime features of the Calayan Island Group, shall collectively called the West Philippine Sea. Ano pong problema nito, Mr. President, Your Honor? Based on that definition, would the Honorable Senator agree that the westernmost limits has two elements? Yung 200 nautical mile limit of the Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone and Continental Shelf, and the 12 nautical limit of the enclave territorial sea of high tide elevations of Calayan Island Group, including those outside the Philippines Exclusive Economic Zone. Hindi rin po natin magagamit yung 200 nautical mile limit, Mr. President. Bakit po? Alam po ba ng ating honorable gentleman from Pampanga and Quezon City na pag ginamit po natin yung West Philippine Sea na 200 nautical mile limit ng ating exclusive economic zone, 17 features po ng Calayan Island Group ang mawawala sapagkat wala po siya. Hindi siya na-enclose ng 200 nautical miles. Alam din po ba ng ating honorable senator that four of those features would fall outside the definition of the West Philippine Sea as occupied by the Philippines? Ito pong apat na ito ay okupado na ng ating bansa. Ngunit wala po siya sa 200 nautical miles Katulad po ng Pag-asa na tinatawag na Tito Island. It's 227 nautical miles to Palawan. Parola or Northeast K, 240.2 nautical miles to Palawan.
I don't see the...
Kota or Laita Island is 207 nautical miles to Palawan. And Lakiam K, 203.7 nautical miles to Palawan. Are you aware, Mr. President, that these features are separated by high seas? Ito pa po ang problema eh. Kaya po nagiging importante na kailangan po natin munang pag-aralan hanggang saan eksakto po ang coordinates ba ng ating West Philippine Sea. Dito po sa binabanggit nating mga batas sa ngayon, kung titingnan natin, hindi po natin sila magagamit, Mr. President. Kaya napakahirap po ngayon nating sagupain yung mga pananaw na parang may nag-aangkin ng atin pero hindi pa natin ma-define kung ano talaga yung atin. Kaya po dito ako nagsisimula, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may be allowed, again, I don't see the point. Are we trying to say here that the arbitral ruling was erroneous, and therefore we should stop claiming what was awarded us? I don't see the logic, Mr. President. We were awarded by the arbitral tribunal. It is ours. Now, is the gentleman saying the tribunal was mistaken, and therefore what was awarded to us should not have been awarded to us because of these problematic, well, at least from the point of view of the good senator, problematic definition of what the West Philippine Sea is? I beg to disagree, Mr. President. Besides, the arbitral ruling did not touch on the issues being raised today by the good senator. And even if it did, assuming it did, hypothetically, we were still awarded, and we were our claim and our rights were recognized, and China's rights were rejected. Are we saying here now, Mr. President, that we have to go back to the arbitral ruling, to the tribunal, present a new definition of what constitutes West Philippine Sea, so that they can amend or they can set aside the award? Please, I would appreciate being clarified.
Let me clarify, Mr. President. Are we getting the impression that the West Philippine Sea was awarded to us by the arbitral tribunal on a silver platter? Sinabi po niya kung nasaan yung ating mga coordinates?
Well, Mr. President,
tayo po ay merong entitlement sa 200...
Again, Mr. President, assuming that these have to be defined, I think we can define that by Philippine law. If, assuming, I'm without conceding that there is no definition, because we believe it has been properly defined, and yeah. The maritime base, we were not in the Senate then, but...
Yeah, both of you were not the Senate, but we already discussed it. We had the big billboard here. Mr. President, may I, Mr. President?
The majority leader
With
is
indulgence to
recognized.
those who were
With
not
the permission
here.
of course,
Yes, with the permission of the two gentlemen.
Senators Pangilinan and Rodante Macron.
Yes, for the indulgence of our colleagues who were not here at the 19th Congress, namely Senator Pangilinan, yourself, Mr. President Pro Tempore, the Senate President, and Senator Marcoleta. We had a long discussion on the floor approving the baseline, Philippine Baseline Maritime Zones Act. Dalawang batas yung pinasa ni Senator Tolentino, who was also the majority leader at the time. And I can clearly recall he would always perform his explanation on the middle podium with a blackboard, whiteboard rather, with a map. Pinapakita niya, pure like a teacher, like a professor, showing the map of the Philippines and what it covers. So meron na po tayong approved and signed by the President a Republic Act on these two measures. It was the Philippine Baseline Law and the Philippine Archipelagic Sea Lanes. So maybe the two gentlemen can look into these two laws to see the exact coordinates that we approved as a law. As laws. This is Republic Act number 12065 and 12064.
With the permission of the three gentlemen, the Senate President is recognized.
With the permission of gentlemen, because this will be an interjection, just not really to join the conundrum, but Mr. President, I ask a question. Yung ban China, meron silang coordinates? Yung 9 dash line nila?
Wala.
Wala eh. Tayo nga may baseline eh. May baseline attendance line na. Oh, may coordinates ba? Wala eh. Tayo nga may baseline survey law eh. Sila wala eh. Kung ano maangkinin kanila eh. So, I want to find out where are the coordinates of China in the West Philippine Sea.
Mr. President, may I request that pakiano nyo ngayong number 3?
Mr. President, while we're doing some administrative matters, just for the record, because earlier our data or our assertion that about 500,000 square kilometers of our exclusive economic zone and territorial sea and sovereign waters is being claimed. This was a lecture by retired Supreme Court Justice Carpio in his paper, West Philippine Sea Lecture, in the Philippine Social Science Council. Hosted it February 2016. And I quote his, for the Philippines, what is at stake in the South China Sea are, number one, about 80% of its EEZ, comprising 381,000 square kilometers of maritime space, including the entire Reed Bank and part of the Malampaya gas field, and number two, 100% of its exclusive continental shelf, estimated at over 150,000 square kilometers of maritime space. Either the Philippines keeps this, and I quote, maritime entitlements, or we lose them to China, according to the retired justice. And he added, effectively, China's 9-dash line claim encroaches on over 531,000 square kilometers of Philippine EEZ and continental shelf, including all the fishery, oil, gas, and mineral resources found within this vast area, which is larger than the total land area of the Philippines. This Chinese aggression, according to former Justice Carpio, is the gravest external threat to the Philippines since World War II.
Mr. President, ang binanggit niya kanina ay pinagsama-sama po niya yung exclusive economic zone at saka yung continental shelf. Talaga po nga abot kayo ng 500,000 square kilometers. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin, exclusive economic zone lang. Kaya po tayo nakukumpyos. Kanina po tinatanong kung merong coordinates ang China. Ayan po yung mapa ng China. Makikita po ninyo yung 6.1. Kapag yan po ay tiningnan ninyo at pinag-aralan po ninyo yan po ay nakatala doon sa International Hieroglyphics Organization or S23. Lahat po ng coordinates nandyan. Kaya nga po pinoproblema natin, hanggang ngayon, wala pa po tayong ganyan. Sana man lang yung West Philippine Sea, kapag ka lahat po ng kailangan ng United Nations, kasi bago po tayo makapagpatala ng ating sariling pangalan ng dagat, katulad ng West Philippine Sea, hindi lamang po declaration ang kailangan natin eh. Nagdi-declare tayo ng 200 nautical miles. Hindi naman po tayo nagdi-deposit ng mapa na may coordinates doon sa United Nations. Wala pong mangyayari. Yun po yung proseso eh. Tingnan po ninyo yan. 6.1, yan po yung South China Sea. Hindi po ninyo makikita ang West Philippine Sea. Kaya po tayo nagtatalo dahil yung ating West Philippine Sea, kailanman hindi mag-a-appear dyan hanggat hindi po nagagawa ni Commodore Tariela yung dapat niyang gawin. Imbes na gawa na siya ng gawa ng caricature, dapat mag-submit na siya nung mga coordinates na kailangan po para ngayon makapagpatala tayo ng sarili nating pangalan ng dagat. Ito nga po kaya ako, kahit napakahirap, ay gusto nating pag-aralang mabuti kasi dito po nagkakaroon ng hindi pagkakaunawaan. Akala natin may nangunguha ng saang ganang atin, samantalang yung sa ganang atin, hindi pa naman natin alam kung hanggang saan ba siya. Ang maganda sana, yung talagang exact coordinates, makukuha natin. Pero paano po natin magagawa, Mr. President? Ino-occupy natin, for example, yung munisipyo ng Pag-asa. Labas yun sa ating exclusive economic zone. Paano natin guguhitan yun halimbawa? Labas sa ating exclusive economic zone, samantalang yung Pag-asa, nandun na sa high seas. Hindi po pwede mangyayari, Mr. President, because that is violative of the UNCLOS. Hindi po tayo pwedeng tumahak sa high seas. At magliliprag po siya from the exclusive economic zone para enclose niya lamang, for example, yung Parola, yung Tito, yung sinabi nating 4 kanina na bahagi na inoccupy ng ating bansa, ngunit labas po ng exclusive economic zone. Paano ngayon yon? Eh di kapag ka sinabi natin, we were awarded our exclusive economic zone, o umalis na po tayo doon sa mga features na inoccupy natin ngayon, simply because they are not enclosed by the West Philippine Sea na binabanggit natin. Kaya po ako nagsisimula dyan, Mr. President. Hindi po totoo na como sinabi ng arbitral award. Wala yung 9 dash line mo, China. Totoo naman yun eh. Because China was unable to prove by historic rights na talagang nasakop niya through the 9 dash line. Pero maliban doon, walang ginawa yung arbitral award eh. The arbitral tribunal did not adjudicate yung pamumosisyon nila sa mga features. Hindi naman niya sinabi, China, umalis ka na dyan sa mga inoccupy mong features. Meron ba siya sinabing gano'n? Wala po. And China continues to occupy those features. Meron din tayo. Meron din ang Vietnam. Kaya po disputed ngayon eh. Kahit na po in-award ang West Philippine Sea o yung ating exclusive economic zone, it's still a disputable waters. Dahil nga, wala pa tayong coordinates na isasubmit na nire-require po sa atin. This is the whole point, Mr. President.
Yes. If we may be allowed. Mr. President, gaya ng nabanggit kanina ng ating mga kasamahan, noong 2024 na ipasa yung RA 12064 nga at doon mismo dinebate Section 14, other maritime jurisdictions, the Philippines shall exercise all other maritime rights and jurisdictions in accordance with the UNCLOS, the South China Sea Arbitration, case number 2013-19, international law and other pertinent and regulations of the Philippines. Mr. President, we beg to disagree that the coordinates are not clear, that we have not been able to determine it. We have by law, we have by administrative order, and we have by the arbitral ruling. All these should suffice, Mr. President, for us to assert that China is illegally occupying parts of our exclusive economic zone and is claiming likewise 150,000 square kilometers of our continental shelf and 381,000 square kilometers of our EEZ. I mean, that should suffice for this, at least for this resolution to be passed, for the resolution that we are now tackling be adopted, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
In addition, if I may, the Kalayaan Group of Islands is Kalayaan is a municipality of Palawan.
Pag-asa is a barangay.
Yes. And therefore, the exclusive economic zone as defined in UNCLOS provides that it is a sea area extending up to 200 nautical miles from a coastal state's baseline. So the baseline would be the Kalayaan group and 200 nautical miles from the Kalayaan group. So I do not see how the Kalayaan Islands is outside of our exclusive economic zone. I beg to disagree, Mr. President.
Just for the record, the Pag-asa Island is a barangay of the Kalayaan Island Group under the province of Palawan.
Yes. And it is 445 kilometers away from Puerto Princesa.
Mr. President, the problem is under Section 2 of Republic Act 12064, which defines the West Philippine Sea as follows. The maritime zones of the Philippines on the western side of the Philippine archipelago, including the Luzon Sea and the territorial seas of Bao de Masinloc and the maritime features of the Calayan Island Group, shall be collectively called the West Philippine Sea. What is the problem there, Mr. President? Yun nga po kasing Pag-asa Island at saka yung Parola Island, nakasama po ng KIG, ay labas po doon sa West Philippine Sea. At ito po ay blurred by the high seas that separate them from the rest of the Calayan Island Group. So let me show, pwede bang pakita yung isa pang mapa? Map number 1.
Uulitin.
Ayan po, Mr. President. This is a map produced by the US-funded think tank called National Bureau of Asian Research. Dito sa mapang ito po, the area that is shaded in deep yellow is the Philippine Territorial Sea, while the area shaded in light yellow is the Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone and Continental Shelf. The area shaded in blue is the high seas. On the map are small features around which circles have been drawn. Some features are inside the Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone, while others are in the high seas. The circles drawn around these features are the enclave territorial seas. The features and circles are in different colors to represent the state occupying them. The features occupied by the Philippines are in yellow. Diyan po makikita ninyo, Mr. President, meron po tayong occupied na features na talagang labas nga sa, kagaya ng binanggit natin kanina, labas sa ating exclusive economic zone. There are 4 features in yellow that are occupied by the Philippines but are in the high seas. Other features that are occupied by China and Vietnam that are in the high seas but they are also being claimed by the Philippines. Given this situation, how can we draw the metes and bounds of the Philippine West, the West Philippine Sea? Ito yung tinatanong ko kanina, kung gusto natin pong isama yung mga features which are outliers, meaning to say they are lying outside the exclusive economic zone, paano po tayong papayagan na gawin yun? May encroach po natin pati yung high seas. The UNCLOS, Mr. President, prohibits us from enclosing the high seas, and international tribunals have nullified boundaries that leapfrog. Hindi po natin sila pwedeng i-connecta. Kaya nga po, why even under Republic Act 12064, the limits of the West Philippine Sea cannot be drawn with precision. Yun po yung sinasabi natin. Hindi po natin magagamit yung mga batas na ginawa natin dahil meron pong problema. At makikita po ninyo yung mga features, for example, yung nandyan po sa loob ng ating West Philippine Sea. Makikita nyo yung mga circles in blue. These are occupied by other nations. Pero do sa ating memorial na sinabit po sa arbitral tribunal, Mr. President, ang Pilipinas nag-agree na lahat po ng yan ay hindi na natin naaariin. Meaning to say, reduction po yan sa ating West Philippine Sea. ganun po, kinompromise natin eh. Basahin po natin yung award. So, ang dami pong nawawala sa West Philippine Sea natin.
Mr. President, if we may, the declaration under PD 1596 that the KIG is part of Philippine territory, PD 1596 and its validity was never put in issue in the arbitration case, and the tribunal did not have any jurisdiction to rule on its validity. In other words, this is outside the issue of the award. And if there are concerns about the validity of PD 1596 and the concerns that there are certain areas outside of what has been declared as our economic zone, although prior to that was declared part of Philippine territory, then let's have legislation, remedial legislation to amend, debate it. If the good senator believes that should be part of Philippine territory and would like to amend PD 1596 or affirm it, then let's debate it on the floor by way of proposed legislation. But in the context of the arbitral ruling, Mr. President, I will again point out that this debate, no matter how lengthy, will not change the ruling, which just in our favor, and therefore we should defend and uphold it. Rather than go into a question of, wait, sandali lamang, kasi yung arbitral ruling na yun, hindi sinama yung ilang mga nasa Kalayaan Island Group. So dapat, wag natin i-recognize yung award na yan. Hindi naman po tayo papayag doon. Hindi po ba?
Hindi po ganun ang punto natin, Mr. President. Kung sakaling tayo po ay may karapatan talaga, at meron naman talaga tayong karapatan sa ating West Philippine Sea, na sa ngayon ay ina-approximate nila na ito na nga yung ating exclusive economic zone, kinakailangan naman nating makita yung hangganan para sa ganoon maipagtanggol natin ang lahat ng saganang atin. Nagbabudget tayo, binibigyan natin ang ating Department of National Defense. Ang daming mga features na wala sa ating West Philippine Sea, na wala doon sa ating exclusive economic zone. Wala namang, nandun outliers po siyang ganoon. Pagkatapos, sinasabi ng 1596, atin yun, pero sabi ng arbitral tribunal, sabi ng award, sinabi na nga natin, paragraphs 573 to paragraphs 576, neither the Philippines nor China has the right to enclose that part of the Sprat list. Ibig sabihin, ninalipay niya po yun eh. So wala din yun eh. Kinakailangan nating itama lahat. Sangayon din sa UNCLOS na doon naman ay signatory tayo. Ito po yung kanina ko pa gustong ipaliwanag. Walang masama na yung ating saganang atin, pag-aari natin, madetermina natin. Halimbawa, binigyan tayo ng isang pag-aari, isang sukat ng lupa. Sinabi ng ating kaibigan, mula sa bundok na ito hanggang doon sa bundok na yun, sa iyo yan. Alam po ninyo, pag hindi natin natituluhan yan, nakuha yung kabuuan kung hanggang saan ang ating pag-aari, mahihirapan lang tayo. Kaya po nagkakaroon tayo ng pag-aaway, ngayon lamang po nakikita na natin ang talagang pangangailangan na pag-aralan nating mabuti muna ito. Kesa sasabihin natin, gagawa ng halimbawa ng caricature ang isang Commodore natin na ilalagay niya sa nakakatuwa at pangit na itsura ang leader ng isang bansa. Imbes na yun ang gawin niya, siguro kinakailangan muna nating i-determine with precise precision at with coordinates para sa ganon, alam na natin, maiguguhit na natin. Hindi lamang sa tayo lang ang nakakaalam ng ating West Philippine Sea, pati po doon sa S23. Ito po yung International Hydrographics Organization. Matatala na yung ating West Philippine Sea. Magkakaroon na po ng coordinates. Kagaya po ng pinakita natin kanina, ng South China Sea is designated by 6.1. Yun po sana yung dapat natin munang gawin.
Mr. President, just before
With the permission of the two gentlemen, Senator
Before I
Rizal
yield the
Tiveros.
floor, Mr. President, to just
Yes,
very quickly.
yes,
Mr.
Senator
President, yung binanggit ni Commodore Tariela, dinepensahan na ng ating Department of National Defense at ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. Tapos ngayon, narito tayo, may Senate resolution, sumasang-ayon at sinasang-ayunan ang posisyon ng Department of National Defense at ang Armed Forces of the Philippines sa mga bitiw na salita ni Commodore Tariela. Eh hindi ba dapat susugan natin at suportahan natin at we rally behind our armed forces, our Department of National Defense, rather than kowtow, not kowtow, but rather than give China the benefit of the doubt as regards their motivations in attacking one of our men in uniform. We have to defend and support the Department of National Defense and the Armed Forces of the Philippines. It's as simple as that, Mr. President.
Yes, with the permission of the two gentlemen. Senator Rizal Tiveros is recognized to interject.
Salamat, Mr. President. Sinusuportahan ko yung kahuling sinabi ni Senator Pangilinan. Dagdag pa po, ilang beses ko na rin po narinig mula sa Ginoo, mula sa Pampanga and Tarlac, yung di umano'y coordinates ng China sa South China Sea o ng 9-dash line. At ipinakita po kanina yung mapa ng International Hydrographic Organization. Sa research po, ang International Hydrographic Organization o IHO is a technical, not a political organization. And its map delineations do not constitute legal recognition of sovereignty, such as China's 9-dash line. So ang ipinakita pong mapa kanina ng good gentleman, mapa ng IHO na may mga notation na 6.1, 6 kung ano-ano pa, hindi po yan coordinates. Mga numero lamang sa mapa. Further po sa research, the 9-dash line representing China's expansive disputed territorial claims in the South China Sea has no official, fixed, or internationally recognized geographic coordinates. Kaya yung sinasabi pong may coordinates na ang China sa South China Sea, pati sa ating West Philippine Sea, na may coordinates sila sa 9-dash line, wala po. That U-shaped dotted line, which covers roughly 90% of the sea, is vaguely defined and can shift across maps. So ngayon pa lang po, i-disabuse na po natin ang ating kaisipan na may coordinates ang China dyan sa napakalawak na claims niya, pati sa ating karagatan. Salamat, Mr. President.
I'm not very sure about this, but the discussion on the floor may have some national security implication. So the same concern was expressed by no less than the Senate President. So, yes, Mr. Senate President.
Yes,
you are recognized.
you're right. We are discussing a resolution which expresses the sense of the Senate supposed to be. The debate that I have been listening to is fine if we're debating on a piece of legislation addressing this, no, but it's not. So I'm worried that we are already trampling over issues of national security, and that is my question, Mr. President. What do you think?
Yes, 1 minute suspension.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 256, and I commit to the gentleman sponsor and the interpreters that will take it up first item tomorrow on the agenda. So move, Mr. President.
So you're moving to suspend?
Yes.
I was about to recognize Senator Lito Lapid. He has a lot to say about going to join the two
Debate.
Kapampangans.
That's right. They're Kapampangans.
Yes, and he said he was
Marcoleta,
he said he was
Senator
going to
Pangilinan.
interject in Kapampangan also.
We will await that tomorrow, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you.
Sige.
So,
So the motion is to suspend consideration. Hearing no objection, consideration of the resolution is suspended.
thank you, Mr. President. Next on
Leader.
the agenda is an act mandating the establishment of multi-faith prayer and quiet rooms. I move that we resume consideration Senate Bill number 1629 under Committee Report number 23.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 1629 under Committee Report 23 is in order.
May we recognize the sponsor, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, and to interpolate, we'll just ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President, to ask our colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano, to be ready with her interpolations, Mr. President. Oh, there she is.
Oh, she's here. Sige. Senator Robin Padilla is
Thank you.
recognized to sponsor, to continue sponsoring the measure. What is the parliamentary status, Majority Leader?
The parliamentary status, Mr. President, is that we're in the period of interpellations, Mr. President. So if we can recognize the two colleagues of ours. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized. Period of interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we ask the sponsor if he is willing to answer some clarificatory questions?
Opo, tayo po ay nagagalak at makasagot ng mga katanungan po ng ating senadora mula po sa Taguig.
Thank you, Mr. President. We note that it's a fairly straightforward bill. It's 4 pages. Hindi naman po siya komplikado. Ang intindi po natin sa intensyon nitong bill na ito ay magkaroon ng multi-faith prayer and quiet room sa mga public offices and sa iba't ibang public-facing establishments. Tama ho ba?
Opo, ito po ay ating isinusulong na magkaroon po ng lugar yung ating mga kababayan kung sila po ay magkaroon ng tahimik na lugar at lugar upang makapagdasal po at kanilang maisagawa ang kanila pong pananampalataya, anuman po ang relihiyon.
Okay. So, kadalasan pag ako ay nag-i-interpolate, nagpo-focus din ako sa definition of terms because when the bill is implemented, dun ho nagkakatalo sa mga definition of terms para malaman kung sino yung sakop, kung ano yung mga dapat gawin. So I will do that now, Mr. President. Umpisa tayo na ang isang definition of terms, tatlo lang naman ang dinidefine dito, is yung public offices. So basic naman ito, national government agencies, GOCCs, government financial institutions, state universities and colleges, and local government units. Doon ako magtatanong sa local government units. Pag sinabi bang local government units, ano ho ba ang sakop ng local government units?
Siyempre po, kasama po dyan ang opisina ng gobernador, opisina po ng mayor, hanggang sa barangay po. Inaasahan po natin na lahat po sila ay makabilang dito po sa ating panukala.
Okay, so nabanggit nyo from governor's office to barangay office, ang intention ninyo, ang nais ninyo ay lahat sila susunod dito sa bill na ito kung saan ay magpapatayo sila ng multi-faith prayer and quiet room, no? Tama ho ba?
Yung pong option na magtatayo, maganda po yun. Kung hindi naman po kailangan magtayo, pwede naman po silang magbigay ng isang lugar kung saan po yung existing po nila na building, pwede po sila doon maglagay ng isang kwarto, isang lugar. Opo.
Yes, kasi ang sabi nyo sa Section 4, all covered public offices shall establish at least one MFQR or designate existing areas within the respective premises as MFQR. So, I suppose what you meant by pwedeng paggamit is yun yung designate. Yung nandun na, hindi magpapatayo ng bagong facility. Tama ho?
Opo, kung meron na po sana, kung magbibigay po sila, katulad po dito sa atin, noong bago po akong dumating dito, bagamat national po tayo, pero tayo po yung nagpapasalamat dahil sa dumating po ako dito, meron na pong existing na prayer room. At yun po yung isang halimbawa na hindi na po nagpagawa. Kung
Saan
hindi
ho yun? Saan ho yun sa Senate?
Diyan po sa baba,
Saan baba?
sa basement po.
Pero napansin ko, nagpe-pray din kayo dun sa smoking room natin.
Opo, minsan po kasi hindi na po ako umaabot sa prayer time.
So dyan na kayo. Kung saan kayo abutin?
Ang katunayan po, sa isang Muslim po, ang buong mundo, kahit saang lugar, wag lang po sa toilet, yan po ay, ang tingin namin po dyan talaga, ay pwede po magdasal kahit saan. Wag lang po sa loob ng toilet. Opo. Pero napakaganda po na meron pong lugar na dasalan sapagkat siyempre po yung katahimikan ay inaasam din po namin yon na merong katahimikan talaga. Pero kung hindi po maiwasan, kahit saan po, katunayan po, kahit sa gitna, wag lang naman po sa kalsada talaga. Tumatabi po ako, nagpa-parking po ako sa gilid, dadasal din po ako. Kaya lang siyempre, hindi po natin maiwasan na may mga pagkakataon na hindi tahimik yung lugar. Kaya po sana, ang hinihiling namin, magkaroon po ng isang lugar talaga na tahimik.
I can only speak from experience as raised as a Catholic and then a practicing Christian. Kahit saan naman din po nagdadasal. Di ko masasagot yung ibang relihiyon, pero dun sa naging karanasan ko, kahit saan naman po. So yung mahiling magdasal ng rosaryo, makikita mo sa kotse, sa gilid-gilid, sa kwarto, kung kahit saan nagdadasal. Ganun din ako as a Christian. So balik ako dito sa question ko on local government kasi familiar po tayo na marami na ho tayong nabisita na barangay offices, in fact even na mga municipal halls na napakasikip, napakaliit. Yung isang maliit na lugar, yun na ho yung opisina ni barangay captain, ni kapitan, yun na rin yung meeting hall nila ng lahat ng kagawad, yun na rin yung receiving ng lahat ng hundreds of requests ng mga constituents nila at lahat na ng ganap kung meron man silang mga iba pang kailangan ibigay na serbisyo, nandun lahat yun sa isang kwarto. So, medyo na problema lang ako na ma-imagine ko na paano kaya nila, paano pa sila magdi-designate doon ng ganong lugar? Kasi talagang reality is, napakasikip. And then, nataon lang naman na si Senator Alan kanina, nung siya ay nagbigay ng kanyang, ano ba yun, manifestation about the EDCOM report, kinuwento nga niya kung gaano kahirap sa napakaraming LGU magpatayo ng maayos na eskwelahan dahil napakaliit na nung mga lugar. So katulad ko again, to just by analogy, ako ay isang advocate ng health and ng sports. Pero maraming eskwelahan na wala nang space para gawin yon kasi nga napakasikip. So this is a reality that we are faced with. I would like to know from the sponsor how he intends this bill to be implemented under these circumstances, whether it's a barangay, it's an LGU that is a barangay office, or it is a municipal office, munisipyo.
Opo, napakaganda pong katanungan yan. Doon po sa ating panukala, ito po ay hindi nagsasaad na parang obligasyon po nila, no? Obligatory po nilang gagawin, ano? Ang atin pong nakalagay diyan ay kung papayagan nila at naaayon po sa kanila, ay pwede po sila, ano? Malaya po silang maglagay. Kung hindi naman po talaga at walang lugar, ay hindi naman po dapat problemahin yon.
Saan po nakasulat yun na hindi sila obligado at malaya silang maglagay kung gusto nila? Saan po yun sa batas, sa bill?
Nandiyan po.
Saan po? Pakituro po.
Ang nakalagay po diyan, walang penalty. Opo, ibig sabihin, hindi ka maobligado. Pag walang penalty, pwede mong ilagay, pwede mong hindi. Kasi wala naman po siyang penalty clause. Yun naman po yung ating tinitindigan. Kasi doon po kasi yun, sa usapin ng kung may penalty mo, obligado kang ilagay. Kung wala naman penalty, di wag mo ilagay. Mauuwi po yan doon sa usapin na bilang ito ay may kinalaman sa ating pananampalataya. Maging Muslim ka, maging Katoliko ka, o anuman ang iyong pananampalataya, nasa iyo na pong desisyon yan kung gusto mong maglagay. Kasi meron nga naman po tayong, di ba po, meron naman po tayong smoking area, meron po tayong breastfeeding area, meron din po naman sigurong puwang para magkaroon din po sa quiet room na lalo po ngayon ng ating mga kababayan, alam niyo po, meron pong isang lumabas na data na ang mga Pilipino may mental health, ano? At ang ating pong morality, ang ating spiritual ay bumababa. Kaya po ito po ay isinusulong natin upang magkaroon po tayo ng quiet time. Meron pong isang lugar na puntahan ng ating mga kababayan kapag sila po'y nalulumo. Pero hindi po ito isang bagay po na ipinagpipilitan po namin o ito po'y kailangan gawin natin. Ito po ay isang bagay na maluwalhati mong gagawin. At kung sa palagay niyo po ay mahirap naman po itong gawin sa barangay, pwede po nating i-amend. Mag-amend po tayo at tanggalin po natin yung barangay. Ito po ay isang bagay na maluwalhati po nating gagawin. Ito po ay dapat kusang loob po nating gagawin.
I think His Honor is confusing yung kusang loob ng gagamit ng kwarto, yung magdadasal, at yung kusang loob ng magpapatayo. Magkaiba ho yun. Yung kagustuhan ng isang tao na gumamit ng prayer room, choice niya po talaga yon. Pero yung magpapatayo, depende yun sa papaano natin sinulat ang bill na ito. So sa Section 4, sabi dito, all covered public offices and public-facing establishments nationwide shall establish at least one MFQR, multi-faith prayer and quiet room. So nakalagay po dyan shall. So kahit saan pong, I think, kahit sinong law student ang tanungin mo, kahit anong interpretation ang gawin mo, and I don't think we have to even interpret it. I think sabi nga ng Senate President, hindi na kailangan i-interpret yung maliwanag ng intindihin. Pag sinabing shall, kailangan pong gawin. So maybe His Honor would want to reconsider the wording if his intention. Ako naman po nagtatanong lang para yung objective ng ating sponsor, matulungan din natin masulat, no, para walang confusion. Kung ang intention is for the public offices to have the option to put this up, then we humbly suggest that His Honor may want to reconsider the use of the word shall, because in all my review of any law, shall is mandatory, Mr. President.
Alam niyo po, wala naman pong dapat pagtalunan po dyan kung sa palagay po ng ating senadora ay dapat palitan at amendahan. Ay wala pong problema. Tayo po, ang tinitindigan po natin lagi sa usapin na ito ay ang freedom of religion. Iyan po ay nasa ating saligang batas. At iyan po ay hinihiling natin sa ating mga kasama na maisagawa namin at maisagawa ng ibang pananampalataya din ang kanilang mga gawain espiritual. At ito naman po ay isang bagay na siguro naman sa bansang Pilipinas wala naman po sigurong kokontra sa usapin ng pananampalataya. Yun nga pong maninigarilyo binigyan natin ng pagkakataon na magkaroon sila ng lugar. Yung pong ating mga nanay, nabigyan din po sila ng lugar. Yung po siguro magdadasal at hihingi ng patnubay sa Panginoon Diyos. Hihingi ng tulong sa Panginoon Diyos. Ito po ba ay isang bagay na dapat pagtalunan? Ako po'y handang tumanggap ng kahit anong amendment, kahit kanino. Hindi po ako makikipagtalo dahil dito sa usapin nito.
Ako naman po, Mr. President, hindi rin nakikipagtalo. Nag-share lang po ako ng aking mga observations as a legislator, as a lawyer, in the hope na ang ating kasamahan, mabigyan niya ng liwanag kung ano yung nakasulat at ano yung iniisip niyang objective. Yung magkasundo yung objective na yon sa nakasulat. Wala ho tayong binabawasan na karapatan ng ating mga kababayan. Tayo po ay nagbibigay lang ng observations para makonsider ng sponsor kung yung intention niya, mangyayari yon in the manner that is written in the law. Because at the end of the day, it is not what we say verbally that will be implemented. It is what is written in the bill that we pass. So that is the only reason, Mr. President, that I am pointing out what is written in the bill that His Honor is sponsoring.
Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, lahat po ng aming kakayahan sa aming komite para ito po ay lumusot at maging committee, maisulong sa committee report. Ang una pong pinanggalingan po nito ay galing po sa talino at mungkahi at panukala po ni Senator Mark Villar. Siya po ang nag-sponsor nito, nagbigay po sa akin, siya po ang nag-author nito. At ito po ay nasa 19th Congress pa hanggang dinala ko na po dito sa 20th Congress. Ito
Mr.
po
President,
ay...
Okay naman po yung history, pero sa akin lang naman po, pinaparating ko po sa inyo na pag-isipan nyo lang po yung word na shall.
Opo,
Yan lang po. Hindi na ho natin kailangan i-argue because I agree with you 100% that people should have the right to pray. If we can support the right to prayer by giving them a quiet room, I support it, Mr.
Opo.
President.
Opo.
I am simply asking that His Honor take a look at the way it is worded to make sure that the objective that he hopes to achieve will be achieved properly, because there's a big difference between thinking that it is mandatory and then thinking that is voluntary and then having a bill that does not reflect one or the other. Yun lang po. I'm
Opo.
happy to move on, Mr. President.
Tama po. Pinapaliwanag ko lang po kung paano po yung progress ng bill na ito.
Opo.
Na lahat po ng klase na ang suggestion ng ibang tao ay tinatanggap po natin sapagkat naniniwala po tayo na kapag tayo pinagtulong-tulungan natin, ang makikinabang po dito ay ang ating mga kababayan. Pinapaliwanag ko lang po, binibigyan ko lang po kayo ng backstory kung paano po ito na-develop. Yun lamang po, wala naman po tayong gustong sabihin, kundi tatanggapin ko po lahat ng gusto po ninyong amendment.
Actually, on this note, Mr. President, binabalik ko po sa inyo as sponsor kung ano ho yung intention nyo. Wala ako at this point, wala ho akong personal na amendment na iminumungkahi. Pinapaliwanag ko lang, yung choice of words seems to be different from the intention of His Honor. Kaya hindi ho sa akin manggagaling yung amendment unless His Honor would seek my assistance. I'm just simply pointing out na yung sinabi niyong hindi mandatory, it is not reflected in the bill that uses the word shall. I'm ready to move on, Mr. President. I just wanted to point that out.
Opo, sa palagay po ba ninyo, ano po ang dapat po nating mailagay dyan para po sa kabutihan ng lahat? Palitan po natin yung shall. Sa inyo pong palagay.
Depende po
Bilang
yun po.
kayo po ay matagal na po dito sa Senado, ano po ang pinakamaganda pong ilagay natin dyan sa shall?
If you don't mind, I have a proposal.
Of course, Mr. President.
Instead of the word shall on line 19, page 2, replace it with will. And then after premises, include the phrase wherever possible or as far as practical.
Or, Mr. President, just to
Di ba?
even make it simpler, just put the word may.
All right.
Instead of shall,
Mr. Will,
may.
May establish one. Tapos after respective premises, wherever possible or
applicable
or practical?
or practicable.
Or practical. Ayan, sagot na yun. Nasagot na yung gusto ni Senator Padilla at yung mawawala yung apprehension ni Senator Cayetano, if that is. But we can do that during the period of period of amendments.
Yun nga,
Just
yun
a
lang.
suggestion. Thank
Tama
you.
po. I appreciate that, Mr. President, and His Honor can consider it. He can take the suggestion of His Honor as supported by the majority floor leader. I did have a thought when His Honor was saying that. Siguro, and this is where I could also support the sponsor's objective, a phrase like when availability of space is an issue, subject to style, of course. Yung sa madaling salita sa Tagalog, pag wala talagang lugar, kailangan mag-designate ng room na parang co-sharing for other purposes. Kasi yung intention naman natin is, wag nyo naman i-prevent ang isang gustong magdasal ng tahimik na sasabihin na hindi ka pwede dito kasi ito ginagamit namin sa ganito. Yun yung gusto natin na kung wala na talagang paglalagyan kasi nakikita mo nyo naman siguro, gusto ko nga tanungin yung mga, si Sherwin na ang daming tinabaho sa department, ang public works secretary, ang public works chairman natin, then of course the chairman of the Committee on Finance, alam nila yon na ang daming multi-use buildings, multi-purpose buildings na yung footprint niyan, ang liit-liit, tapos pataas yung gawa nila kasi wala nang spasyo. So yun lang naman yung point ko, Mr. President. I'm pretty sure we can find the right wording to ensure that people will have a place to pray. But it may have to be multi-use with other functions. And I'd like to share, I wish nga I had the clip but I have this favorite sitcom that I watch. It's about the life of employees in a big supermarket. Then yung babae doon, nabuntis ng anak, kailangan niya mag-pump ng kanyang breast, kailangan niyang maglabas ng gatas niya. So nakahanap siya ng isang storage room, doon siya magpa-pump. Pagpasok niya, nagulat siya kasi yung kanyang kasamahan sa trabaho na who is a practicing Muslim, nandun nagdadasal. So nagkagulatan sila na, dito ako nagdadasal. Hindi, dito ako nagpa-pump. Anong gagawin natin? So naging common time nila. Pinapakita doon, halika na, magdasal ka na, tapos magpa-pump na ako. Sabay sila doon. It was kind of funny because yung nagdadasal, naiirita siya dun sa sound ng pump. So nagre-reklamo siya. Pero wala silang magagawa kasi ganon. So I wanted to share that kasi pag may gustong gawin at may gustong maghanap ng paraan, makahanap naman ng paraan. It's not ideal, but they were able to make it work. So yun lang naman yung gusto kong ma-elicit sa discussion na to, na paano bang gagawin natin dun sa mga lugar. I would hate to say it because I would hate somebody to have to pray in a smoking room. Ayoko naman sana na the only room that they could provide is the smoking room. Kaya ka nga nagdadasal, you're thanking God for your body and your life, tapos doon ka magdadasal sa smoking room. Sana naman hindi. In the same way na wag sa banyo, siguro naman ilagay na rin natin doon na wag naman sa smoking room din. Maghanap naman ng iba. Kung kailangan niyang gamitin yung room ng chairman, then gamitin niya yung room ng chairman. In the same way sa office ko, because I am a pro-breastfeeding advocate, I told all my staff, and marami na sa kanilang nabuntis, nanganak, nagpadede doon, use my office. Kasi yung office natin, minsan one room lang ang private room natin sa Senate office, di ba? Sa Senator's office, banyo, tapos yung room ng Senator. So sabi ko, gamitin nyo, kung magpa-pump kayo, mag-lock kayo ng pinto, pwede yan. So pwede naman gawa ng paraan kung gusto. Gusto ko lang maliwanag ang wording natin, Mr. President. I'll go on to the next, if it's okay with the sponsor.
If I may, Mr. President, just with the indulgence of our dear colleagues, Mr. President.
Good. Senator Villanueva with the permission of the two senators on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to put on record, I fully support this measure. In fact, I'm one of the co-authors, Mr. President. I was listening attentively upstairs, Mr. President, and when it was mentioned about the suggestion of the Senate President and the Majority Leader, Mr. President, I'm just a bit concerned of the fact that we are deliberating on a measure to mandate our government, local government units and itong national government, Mr. President. If we are not going to mandate and we will delete the word shall, Mr. President, we might not be needing to tackle about this, because at the same time, ano naman pala freewheeling lang So the main reason why we're pushing for this measure is that we are mandating. And that's the main reason, Mr. President, that the word shall is in the bill itself. And with the proviso, Mr. President, na may pondo, merong lugar, merong pwedeng gawin. So just want to put that on record, Mr. President. But at the proper time also, we will participate in the period of amendments. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Pino.
While you have mentioned that, you might as well consider the possibility, and I hope Senator Padilla will consider the possibility during the period of amendments, that we amend the title, and instead of using mandating, we use promoting. Mas maganda pa. Promoting the establishment of multi-faith prayer. Wala tayong diba? Wala tayong mababunggo sa kaisipan ng iba. No. Anyway, at the proper time. Thank you, Senator Villanueva. You may continue, please.
Thank you, Senator
Cayetano.
Villanueva. So I'll move on kasi I think we've established the reality that there may be areas that it would be difficult due to space constraints to mandate a room dedicated to a dedicated prayer room. But we've also established, at least in the exchange, that a multi-use room to give those who want to pray a quiet space to pray, subject to style, will be included here. So my next question is consistent with making sure that it is clear to us what is it we are establishing. So this room, according to Section 5, has a minimum design and facility requirement. The MFQR shall have a minimum floor area commensurate with the expected number of users to be determined by the public office or public-facing establishment. In addition, the MFQR design shall take into consideration the following: clean flooring suitable for kneeling. I think that is, my opinion, I think that is more than acceptable kasi public office to, siguro naman dapat malinis naman yon. So sa akin po, walang problema yon. Letter B, shoe rack. Maliit lang naman ng space yan, siguro naman kaya naman gawa ng paraan yan. Kung hindi man shoe rack, I don't know, a place to put your shoes, something like that. Adequate ventilation and lighting, I think that's also a given. It's a public office. There should be adequate lighting and ventilation. D, multilingual signage with international quiet room symbol. I have no problem with this. I just don't know why a multilingual signage is required. If this is in a small municipality or barangay, are they expecting foreign visitors? But again, it's minor to me, so it's not really an issue. I would just like His Honor to comment later on how important that is. The last item is what I'd like to have a little bit clarity on. It's called the ablution facilities or washroom, or a wash area for ritual cleansing that is equipped with low faucet, bidet, or foot washing basins, non-slip flooring, and proper drainage, provided that the ablution facility shall be within 30 meters from the MFQR or inside the same facility where practicable, that these ablution facilities shall be gender-sensitive, accessible, and hygienic, provided further shall remain available for other cleansing or preparatory practices in a manner that is inclusive, neutral, and respectful of diverse beliefs and needs. So again, in my visits to barangay halls, barangay offices, ang concern ko nga again is the limited space. And sometimes there's not even a bathroom there. The bathroom would be in the multipurpose hall or even in the gymnasium, which I don't really know if they are actually within 30 meters. And then to provide for piping, if there is no water facility, if there's a bathroom nearby, then we know that there is piping available. If there is none, then they would have to connect with the nearest piping system in the area. And so I do know that this would be an additional cost, not to mention the issue of whether there is space for the wash area, the ablution facility. So is His Honor amenable to this being also subject to it being a requirement as far as practicable also? O may iba ba, like possible ba na magdala ng basin ang nangangailangan ng tubig? Kasi it is not my religion, so I am not familiar. I would love to be able to support all religions, pero yun nga, yung hanggat sa kakayanan naman nung public office naman po sana.
Opo, napakaganda po ng inyong iminungkahi. Ang katunayan po, yung patungkol po diyan, inuulit ko po, depende po yan sa space nung lugar at yung usapin po, kasi doon po sa ating panukala, kapabilang po diyan yung mga lugar na katulad po ng mga malls, kung mababasa niyo po diyan, yung mga public places po, ano? Doon po naman natin ilalagay yon dahil meron naman po sila doon designated ng mga toilet. Opo, na po pwede po sana makikiusap po tayo sa kanila diyan po sa pamamagitan ng panukala na yan na maglagay po sila noong laboratory po, no? Kasi minsan pagka kami po experience ko po yan, minsan meron ngang prayer room, meron silang designated katulad po sa Green Hills, ano, meron po diyan na prayer room. Pero yung kanila pong toilet, wala namang masasabi po nating ugasan ng paa. Kaya po ang nangyayari, tinataas po namin yung paa namin doon sa laboratory na hindi naman po kaaya-aya doon naman sa ibang gumagamit ng toilet. Kaya po naisip namin na baka po pwede pong, kasi yan na rin po yung practice sa ibang ASEAN, ano, sa ibang bansa, na meron na po doon isang lugar na pwede po yung laboratory ay sakto na po sa paa para hindi na po itinataas doon sa laboratory na pangkamay. Kaya po nailagay namin yan dyan na baka po pwedeng mailagay na rin po doon sa toilet na yon. At isinangguni din po natin yan doon po sa aming TWG na isangguni po namin yan doon sa mga private sector. At ganun din naman po, no, nung kausap po namin si Senator Mark Villar bilang sila din po ay developer. Sila din po ang nagsabi na hindi naman mahirap gawin yan na maglagay ng ganung klase. Kaya po namin na ipasok yan dyan para kaaya-aya po sa lahat na maging maganda na kasi pag nag-ugas po kami sa isang toilet, talagang basang-basa po yung lugar. Kasi nga po, halos buong katawan po namin yung aming inuugasan. Kaya po yung pati yung flooring nababasa. Kaya para po maging maayos para sa lahat, kung pwede naman po, ay makapaglagay po nung laboratory na yon. At yun naman po ay hindi rin naman po namin yan ipipilit doon sa mga walang lugar. Dahil kami din po, katulad ko po, pagka ako po ay maggagawa ng ablution o nung tinatawag po naming purification, may dala din po akong tubig kung wala naman. Bottled water, kahit saan naman po. Yun lang man pong kung pwede kung meron.
Okay. So actually, Mr. President, I am ignorant about practices of other religions to some extent. I mean, to the extent that it's public info, medyo may alam tayo. Pero like katulad nito, hindi ko alam na. So ang ibig nyo sabihin pala na pwede naman palang itong pinaka-ablution facilities nyo is within the restroom. Pwede
Opo.
pala.
Opo.
Ayun, hindi ko kasi alam yun eh. So akala ko magpapatayo pa ng hiwalay, restroom nga lang, yung ibang barangay hall, wala nga silang restroom nearby. So yung gano'n, walang problema sa inyo na wala doon kasi ni restroom wala. Ang sinasabi lang nyo, kung may restroom na rin lang, edi for future developments, palagyan na rin ng facility or that would be a faucet na lower para magawa nyo yung kailangan yung gawin. Yun lang naman yung pinaka-importante sa inyo.
Opo.
I agree kasi dun sa sinabi nyo na hindi mahirap yun. Kaya nga ang sinabi ko, kung may mga piping na doon, wala namang problema. Kasi
Opo.
isang pipe lang yun, tapos isang gripo na lalabas doon. Kasi hindi ko alam na okay pala sa inyo na mismong nasa toilet. Okay,
Opo.
I mean not toilet, but the restroom.
Opo.
Okay, so mas clear po yun. And nabanggit nyo na rin lang yung areas, no? Kasi ang inuna ko is yung public offices. So meron pang kasama sa definition na sakop dito sa bill, public-facing equipment. So, public-facing establishments. And that is defined as, it includes private or government-owned facilities that routinely admit the public, such as transportation hubs, airports, seaports, malls, markets, hospitals and health facilities, educational institutions, courts, museums, parks, sports, convention venues, and buildings providing essential frontline services. Period. I mean, there's exclusions. I won't get into that. So I just have a few clarifications. I feel like the malls, and the transportation hubs are very important because this is actually where you really have people from all walks of life going in and out. So it would be important that even if they are not public offices, mag-provide sila ng facilities na ganito. Tsaka, by nature, medyo malalaki ito. Meron lang akong nakikitang maraming bus terminal na wala masyadong enclosed spaces. Diyan sila medyo mahihirapan. Because we've seen it with our own eyes. I mean, airport, walang problema. Seaport, minsan din, may sobrang liit. Yung parang kulang na, yung talagang bilihan lang ng ticket, tapos isang maliit na banyo. Then parang shed lang. So medyo hindi ko alam kung saan nila gagawin yun doon. Let's just keep that in mind. Again, if this is practical. Pero dun sa may mga covered, naka-aircon pa na mga spaces, I think that is very doable. So as long as His Honor is clear with the vision, and we can capture that in the way it is written in the bill, I think ayoko lang kasi na hindi clear yung intention tapos nalilito or magagalit din tayo sa mga magi-implement kasi iba yung intindi nila sa pagkasulat. So I'll mention lang two specific examples na baka kailangan ng further definition. So educational institutions, wala rin tayong problema kasi katulad nung state universities, it is specifically included dun sa public offices. They tend to be big, so siguro kaya naman hanapan yan. But what about a small preschool? Or, yung maliliit na school na, I've seen that kasi yung anak ko nag-aral yan for a short while. Grade school na siya pero dalawa lang yung classroom. As in, dalawang classroom, principal's office, banyo, that's it. Kasi napakaliit na school. Wala talagang paglalagyan doon. So again, okay ba kayo, Mr. Sponsor, if ito nga is, again, as far as practicable? Di kung kailangan magdasal sa principal's office or something
Yes,
like
ma'am.
that. Kasi nga, alam ko, I don't want them to violate your law.
Yes, ma'am.
Yun yung point ko. Kailangan maliwanag yung expectation natin and then fair din tayo dun sa mga may-ari nitong mga private establishments. So okay yun sa inyo?
Opo, tama po kayo. Kasi ganun din po nangyayari sa aming opisina. Kapag hindi po umaabot sa praying time, yung aming mga kapatid na Muslim nyo po doon din po sila. Meron po kaming designated na maliit lang na lugar doon din po sila nagdadasal.
Tapos ang isa pang word na napansin ko is sports. Nakalagay lang sports. So siguro ang ibig nyo sabihin dito would be a sports complex. Kasi merong mga sports facility na napakaliit din, not for the same restrictions on space. Pero kung sports complex, katulad ng Rizal Memorial, siguro naman kaya nilang maghanap. So, kung clear po tayo doon and let the record show that His Honor is nodding his head, then I think we won't have a problem. We can just put the same catch-all provisions yung as far as practicable, something like that.
Opo.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Don't
President.
you want to to expound on what you mean by sports? Kasi lahat itong binanggit nyo, lugar ito eh. Hospital,
Oo nga.
educational institution, court, museum, parks. Ang sports hindi lugar yan eh.
Yun nga din po, kaya nga sabi ko, do you mean, ang sinabi ko, do you mean sports complex? Kasi
Well, ilagay
ang
natin.
sports can be so many things eh. It could, so, ang
So
naisip ko
sports
lang is
facilities, baka dapat sports facilities. Di ba? Or sport complex. Pero hindi pwedeng sports lang because
Opo.
that is not hindi lugar yan.
Opo, na ano lang po yun kasi na in general lang po kasi kasama po siya sa mga lugar na yon. Pero ang ibig po naming sabihin doon ay sports complex po.
And again, subject to the space requirement kasi meron tayong nakikita na yung common nga dun sa mga LGU, yung sports multi-use space. Of course, government na yon, pero I'm sure meron din sa private. And then it's literally just, let's say, it's literally just a roof. Tapos may restroom. So wala rin silang means to, sagad na yon. Kunyari yung court, eksakto na yon. Ano na, boundary na. Kapitbahay na yung katabi. So, yun lang naman.
Opo,
Wala na
opo.
siyang pagkukuhaan doon dahil kakainin niya na yung space ng court, di ba? So as long as it's clear, His Honor recognizes na there are areas that are, especially in the metropolitan areas, talagang baw nga ako dun sa mga nag-i-invest ng ganun kasi siniksik nila yung sports facilities just so that magkaroon ng access to sports yung mga tao. So medyo baka masyadong burdensome to require this other facility. Pero yun nga, subject to as far as it is practicable, Mr.
Opo.
President. And then I think I only have 1 or 2 questions left. Paano kaya to Section 6 nyo? Kasi it is meant to be a multi-faith prayer and quiet room. But Section 6 specifically says that if they voluntarily comply, they may apply for recognition as Muslim-friendly establishment. So, wala bang ibang religion-friendly establishment? I mean, if it's meant to be Muslim, if it's meant to be multi-faith, then maybe there shouldn't be a specific mention of religion. You can promote that as a benefit, but maybe it shouldn't be there. I don't have strong feelings about it. I'm just pointing out na
Ano po, ito po kasi ay naging practice na po ito pagka tayo po, kapag nag-travel po tayo sa ASEAN, pati na rin po sa Europe, makikita po natin doon sa mga lugar nila, sa mga mall, airport, nakalagay po lagi doon, mayroong prayer room. Yan, At ito pong ating Department of Tourism, meron po silang kampanya na Muslim-friendly areas. Kaya po namin ito gustong samantalahin upang tayo po ay makatulong sa Department of Tourism sa pagpopromote po na dito po sa ating bansa ay welcome po ang mga Muslim na kapag sila po ay pumunta dito, meron po mga Muslim-friendly areas at hindi nila po problemahin po yung mga lugar na pwede po silang magdasal dahil parehas na rin po tayo ng Singapore, ng Thailand, ng Korea, na meron na rin pong mga lugar na designated para po magdasal. Pero hindi po, katulad po din sa ibang bansa, hindi naman po nakalagay doon na pang Muslim ito, nakalagay lang po doon prayer room.
So, ang sa akin lang kasi, what if, because we do our job well and promote it as a multi-faith quiet room, prayer and quiet room, bakit yung acronym nyo wala palang P? Ayaw niyong idagdag pala sa letter A, multi-faith prayer and quiet room. Ayaw niyong lagyan ng P kasi yung acronym niyo is MFQR. Anyway, it's up to His Honor. I'm just pointing it out if you want to add the letter P. So
Yes,
anyway,
ma'am.
I was saying, if we promote this as a multi-faith prayer and quiet room, tapos may mga grupong they want to use that room, let's say malaki-laki yung na-designate ng mall, tapos mag-aano sila doon, magba-Bible study sila doon, magkakantahan, maraming Christian groups pag nag-Bible study may kasamang gitara, may kasamang kantahan. I guess welcome silang gawin yun kasi it's a prayer and quiet room.
Yes, ma'am.
Siguro naman medyo, I think it's acceptable for them to do that, but I don't know if it's consistent with the title of the bill na ipopromote siya ngayon as Muslim-friendly establishment because it's a all-religion-friendly establishment. I would like to ask the experts kasi sa akin lang, kailangan consistent tayo sa title ng bill, kailangan germane yung laman ng ating body dun sa title. Kung multi-faith yung pinopromote natin, then I think multi-faith din yata ang mga pangalan or recognition nito. At tingin ko lang I'm just thinking kasi ayoko lang na makriticize na hindi germane itong mga provisions na to dun sa title, Mr. President.
Ano lang naman po kasi yan, ma'am. Parang gusto lang po natin makatulong talaga sa Department of Tourism sa kanilang promotion po ng ating Muslim-friendly areas. At yun naman po, naniniwala tayo kapag nasunod po yung panukala na nakalagay po dyan kung ano yung itsura sana noong lugar, ito po ay kaaya-aya sa mga Muslim at ganun din po sa ibang religion. Kasi ganyan din po sa Brisbane, sa Australia, may ganyan din po doon prayer room. Pero doon po sa kanilang prayer room, may piano. Ibig pong sabihin, pwede pong gamitin din ng mga Christian, born again. Opo, nagkakaroon naman po ng respetuhan. Wala naman pong nangyayaring kahit anong conflict. Pero ganun din po. Nakalagay din po doon na Muslim-friendly din siya. Opo, so ano po sa akin? Kung gusto niyo po yan na amendahan, palitan natin ng all religion-friendly, pwede po yan. Opo, lahat po yan. Kami po ang intention po ng panukala ay makatulong sa ating Department of Tourism. Kung ano po sa palagay ninyo ang makakaganda, yan po yayakapin po namin.
Oh, to be clear, and then I'll leave this topic, Mr. President. Section 5 of Article 3, Section 5 of the Constitution says, no law shall be made respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. The free exercise and enjoyment of religious profession and worship without discrimination or preference shall forever be allowed. And that is the principle that we are following. So I just am thinking about it. I don't know. I think we should consult some more lawyers or experts in the bills and drafting. Na when you say that it is Muslim friendly, do you in effect does that actually create a bias in favor of the practicing Muslims? Like, as a Christian, would you think of using that facility that it is clearly stated as Muslim-friendly? No, it might. So, yun lang naman yung sa akin na we're clear na especially kung gagamit ka ng public funds because there is an appropriation clause, you are not specific. I know the bill does not say that is for the exclusive use of one religion. We are not saying that, but by putting those wording, would that create that impression? And would that fall under a violation? I don't know. I am just bringing it up for us to think about because it is our job as legislators to consider the proper wording so that we abide by the Constitution and allow everyone to practice their faith with no discrimination. So,
Opo, again,
I leave it at that. Hindi
yes, ma'am.
ko alam kung anong dapat natin desisyonan dyan.
Yes, ma'am. Again, uulitin ko po, ito po'y bilang tulong lang sa ating Department of Tourism sa kanilang kampanya na mag-imbita po ng mga turista sa ating Pilipinas. Dahil sa ngayon po, ang ating pong tourism ay 3% lang kumpara po sa Thailand, sa Vietnam. Nalagpas po ito ng 10%, may 12%, may 15%. Ito po lang ay kasama lang po ito. Kung ito po'y magiging batas, ito po'y pwedeng gamitin ng ating Department of Tourism para po sa promotion po ng ating bansa na dito po sa ating bansa ay may mga Muslim-friendly na establishments. Kung ito po ay makakasira po at violate ng ating saligang batas, kung sa palagay po ninyo, ay ditanggalin po natin. Yan po ay, hindi po yan suliranin para sa akin. Ito po ay bilang tulong lamang po sa ating Department of Tourism.
Okay, last question, Mr. President. Is His Honor familiar with multi-faith rooms? Ito ba ay common sa ibang bansa, yung multi-faith versus specific rooms that are designated? Kasi there are certain countries that are, they establish a religion for that country. Tayo, we don't have an established religion. So, aware ba kayo na may mga ganitong multi-faith rooms? And
Opo.
how does it, meron? How
Opo.
does it work nga? Kasi paano kung October? Sa October kasi, madalas mag-pray ng rosary ang mga Catholics. And what if nga nagpe-pray sila ng the whole day? Kasi di ba minsan may ganun ililid pa nga yan. Minsan sa mall, meron pang may loudspeaker pa na may Angelus or whatever. Okay lang ho kaya yun? Again, hindi ko alam. Pwede ba yun na in that room, may nagro-rosary, may nagdadasal ng ibang dasal? Magkakaroon ba dyan ng rules on what time? Or they can share it without any, they can share it and be at peace with each other while they're expressing their faith?
Opo, nakikita na po natin ito. Sa Singapore lang po, marami pong prayer rooms.
Pero it is used as a multi-faith prayer room?
Opo, sa Australia po, ganyan din po. Meron nga po, naikwento ko nga po, meron pang piano sa loob. Nung
Kasi
nagdasal po ako doon, may piano pa sa loob. Siguro po, ang mangyayari po niyan, total, meron naman prescribed prayer ang isang Muslim. At ganun din naman po yung ibang religion, meron silang oras. Pwede po silang mag-sharing, hindi lang po sila siguro talaga pwedeng magsabay.
So kung merong oras ang mga Muslim, pwedeng ilagay yon na parang out of respect for our Muslim brothers and sisters kung pwedeng ito yung designated hours. Kasi sa Catholic, wala naman yata except the Angelus at 6 p.m. But other than the Angelus, you can pray the Rosary, you can pray your Our Fathers, Hail Marys, and even Christians anytime. So parang ganon, magkakaroon ng rules?
Opo, wala po ako nakikitang, actually, pwede po ba, ito pa ang daan para magkaroon sila ng, para sa akin, ito yung oras para mag-usap sila, mag-sharing sila. Time for them na magkaroon ng quiet time para sa isa't isa. Opo. Para sa akin po, positive po ito. Hindi po ito magiging negative. Meron lang po akong nakita sa Brunei, maganda sa Brunei, pinaghiwalay niya. Sige, marami kasi silang pera. So, hiwalay po yung prayer room ng Muslim tsaka ng Christian. Pero Brunei, as a Muslim country, meron po silang prayer room for the Christians. May piano pa nga po Opo. Ang hinihiling lang po natin sa bawat religion na magagamit niyan, wag niyang angkinin. Halimbawa, sa isang Muslim, wag din siya maglagay ng mga bagay doon na i-identify yon na sa Muslim lang. Ganon din naman po sa Christian, wag din siya mag-iiwan ng gamit doon na ma-identify yon na sa Christian lang. Kailangan ma-maintain po yung lugar na yon na talagang neutral yung lugar na yon at para yun sa Diyos. Opo, yun lang po yung hiling po natin dyan sa panukala natin.
Okay, Mr. President, those are all the questions I have. We hope that His Honor was able to consider the observations we made with the intent of making this a bill that will be positively implemented by the implementers for the sake of the Filipinos who want more time and places to be able to pray and worship. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are no
Yes,
other members who wish
President.
to interpolate. We can close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? Chair Histan, the period of interpolation is closed.
We ask for a minute suspension if they're ready with their amendments, Mr. President. Ask for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
President, to give the staff of both senators time to come up with the amendments and to propose the amendments, we'd like to suspend consideration till tomorrow, Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Before I move on, Mr. President, I'd like to also recognize the gathering guests of Senator Padilla. We have with us Basilan City Mayor Siti Jalia Turabin Hataman is with us, and Ms. Queenie Padilla is with us.
Welcome to the Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And we'd like to recognize, to avail the privilege hour, no other than Senator Erwin Tulfo, Mr. President.
Senator Erwin Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege dahil may malinaw na indikasyon na ang karapatan ng mamayan at ng lokal na pamahalaan ng Dupax del Norte, Nueva Vizcaya ay binaliwala sa pagbibigay ng mining exploration permit ng Mines and Geosciences Bureau sa isang banyagang kumpanya. Ayon po sa mga residente at mismo mga halal na opisyal ng lokal na pamahalaan, wala umanong naganap na tunay, malinaw at makabuluhang konsultasyon bago ibinigay ang nasabing permit. Ginoong Pangulo, kung ito ay totoo, hindi lamang ito simpleng pagkukulang. Isa itong malinaw na pagyurak sa Local Government Code at sa prinsipyo ng local autonomy. Hindi maring baliwalain ang mga LGU sa mga desisyong ginagawa sa national level. Hindi rin maaring dead mahina lang ang mga komunidad na siyang direktang tatamaan ng epekto ng pagmimina sa kanilang lupa, tubig, kabuhayan at kalusugan. Mas malala pa rito, Mr. President, ulat na ang mga tinaboy ng mga pulis. Panoorin po natin ang kuha ito ng mga
Ito na ang nangyayari dito ngayon sa Kyon. Please lang, nasaan ang hustisya? Nasaan ang hustisya para sa amin? Dupax del Norte! Huwag lang! Sir, tawa naman po kayo. Please lang, ang paigid kayo, kano ka makaguyutan na kayo. Ay, sir! Jack! Jack! Kuya! Ipunta ko si Kuya!
Mr. President, let us call this out for what it is. The right of citizens to peacefully assemble and express opposition, especially on issues that affect their land, environment, and livelihood, is protected by our Constitution. Any use of force against civilians exercising these rights must be subjected to the highest level of scrutiny. Kapag ang mga mamayan ay sumisigaw dahil hindi sila kinonsulta at ang sagot ng Estado ay batuta at puwersa, may malalim tayong problema bilang isang demokrasya. The disregard in the public consultation requirement with the local sanggunian has long-term implications on water system, agricultural land, indigenous communities, and ecological balance. Mining exploration is not a neutral activity. This is precisely why consultation to local government units is not an option. It is mandatory. Mr. President, development tramples on the rights of communities is not development at all. Progress that excludes the people most affected is not progress at all, Mr. President. Mr. President, we must ask the hard questions. Bakit kailangan gumamit ng puwersa laban sa komunidad doon? Sino ang nag-utos ng dispersal? May banta ba talaga sa kapayapaan o may interes lamang na kailangang ipagtanggol? Kaninong kapakanan naman ang mas pinahalagahan? Ang mamayan ba ng Dupax o ang interes ng isang dayuhang kumpanya? Kung totoo na naibigay ang permit ng walang pahintulot o kaalaman ng LGU at walang social acceptability mula sa komunidad, malinaw na may pagkukulang kung hindi man abuso sa proseso. Dahil dito, Ginoong Pangulo, mariin kong hinihiling, mabigyang boses ang ating lokal na pamahalaan, managot at magpaliwanag ang DENR, lalong-lalo na si Secretary Rafael Lutilla, kung paano pinayagan ang proyektong ito. Ilatag ng Mines at Geosciences Bureau ang lahat ng dokumento, konsultasyon at komunikasyon kaugnay ng nasabing permit. At na magbigay linaw ang PNP kung bakit pinalakas ng Estado ang kamay nito laban sa sarili nitong mamayan. I strongly urge that this issue be subjected to a full Senate investigation in aid of legislation upang tiyakin, Ginoong Pangulo, na hindi na muling maulit ang pagbaliwala sa mga LGU. Hindi nagiging instrumento ng pang-aabuso ang mining permits. At panghuli, hindi ginagamit ng kapulisan para patahimikin ang mga lehitimong hinaing ng mamayan. Mr. President, the people of Dupax are not asking for special treatment. They are simply asking for what the law already guarantees them, a voice in decisions that will shape their future. Let us not fail them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Before you refer the speech to any committee, may we ask what is the name of the mining company?
Woogle Corporation, Mr. President.
Woogle.
Yes.
Kanino yun?
British company, Mr. President.
Is that allowed?
It's just a mining
Is that
exploration,
allowed by
Mr.
law?
President.
Foreign company? May-ari ng mining?
I believe, Mr. President, the Supreme Court made a decision recently allowing foreign ownership of mining companies. 60-40,
For
60-40.
mining exploration, it is allowed, Mr. President, by the Constitution.
Mining explorations.
Yes, Mr. President.
I remember the one in
It
Mr.
does
President with the
not,
permission of the gentleman.
Does
I
it not
remember
fall under
Eco
the
Tabaco.
category of allowing or
South
disallowing foreigners?
What's the South Cotabato?
I don't think so, Mr. President. It is just exploration that probably because they're still looking for mines in that area, then they will be given a time to look for partners, local partners, Mr. President.
So that means, well, you can include that in the hearing that you're asking for.
Yes, Mr.
No?
President,
And
under
then,
the,
my-
we would like, if the Senate President allows it, we would like to have this investigated or under the local government committee, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
What about environment?
Secondary, Mr.
Secondary
Mr.
environment. You
Mr.
prefer the local
Mr. President.
government and then environment. So, well, the majority leader, I'm sure, is taking note of that. But speaking of environment, and you mentioned Secretary Rotilia, has he been reappointed?
That I do not have any idea.
He was
Mr. President.
bypassed last December. So if he's not reappointed, he is not Secretary of DNR.
It should be a joint committee, Mr. President, because the issue primarily concerns the enforcement of Section 26 and 27 of the Local Government Code, mandating public consultation and prior approval by the Sanggunian on any project or programs that affects the ecological balance. Therefore, Mr. President, the issue directly falls to the Committee of the Local Government. Then secondary, the environment, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Majority
Mr. President,
Leader.
we can make considerations as long as we always, that's why the motion is with the permission of the body.
Yeah.
With the permission of the body, technically you can amend, that's an amendment of the rules to allow the local government committee, particularly in this case, to take the lead in the investigation of this matter. But before I do that, we have two other colleagues, Mr. President, who would like to just give their quick manifestation of support. Ladies first, our Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator Risa Ontiveros, the Deputy Majority Leader, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Just two points of information in support of the privileged speech sa good gentleman mula sa Palawan, and then just a quick manifestation. Sa constitutional framework po natin, meron pong 60-40 rule na nagsasaad na ang mining agreements tulad ng mga Mineral Production Sharing Agreements o MPSA ay limitado sa mga mamamayang Pilipino o mga korporasyon na may at least 60% Filipino ownership. So isang issue po yan kaugnay ng Woggle Corporation na tinalakay ng good gentleman at itinanong ng good Senate President. Pangalawa po, Mr. President, may draft resolution din po itong representasyon na ifa-file na po namin kaugnay din sa paksa ng privileged speech ng good gentleman. The sangguniang barangays of the affected barangays, Bitnong, Inaban, Munguya, and Oyao, the sangguniang bayan of the municipality of Dupax del Norte, and the sangguniang panlalawigan of Nueva Vizcaya have issued resolutions opposing the exploration activities and calling for the revocation of the exploration permit for violation of procedural and environmental requirements. Kung kaya't in closing, Mr. President, nais ko pong buong loob na suportahan ang privileged speech ng good gentleman mula sa Palawan at ang pagnanais nilang magkaroon ng investigasyon dito. Ganon din ang diwa ng aking ihahain na resolusyon sa lahat ng mga dahilan na sinabi na ng good gentleman. At idagdag ko na lamang po, alang-alang din sa legasiya ni Manong Kaloy Padilla ng Nueva Vizcaya na sinuportahan ang laban ng kanyang mga kababayan sa Nueva Vizcaya, kasama na po dito sa mga barangay ng Dupax del Norte na tinalakay sa privilege speech at tinatalakay din po sa aking resolution. Salamat po sa good gentleman at salamat, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po, Senadora Risa. On your first point, Madam, I do agree. We do agree. All the more that we have to investigate this matter. Kasi we have to confirm if it is FTAA, the Financial Technical Assistance Agreement, then it may be entered into by a foreign company. But thank you very much. We do agree. And thank you for that manifestation, Madam Senator.
Mr. President, may recognize Senator Robin Padilla.
Senator Robin Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pinunong mayorya. Ako po ay buong puso't kaluluwa, buong kaisipan na sumusuporta po sa talumpati ng boses ng masa, Senator Erwin Tulfo. Sapagkat katulad po ng nabanggit ni Senator Risa Ontiveros, ito pong lugar na ito ay pinamunuan at pinaglaban po ng aking amain, ang dating Governor Carlos Padilla. Ang amin pong pinagmulan ay iisa. At ito po ay ipinangako ko sa kanya na itutuloy natin ang laban dyan. At yan po ay hanggang sa kamatayan niya, hindi po niya pinabayaan ang Nueva Vizcaya. Ang kalikasan po niyan, ang kanyang ipinaglaban noong pa, bata pa siya. Yan na po ang kanyang lugar, Dupax. Kaya po, meron po akong video na gusto pong ipakita sapagkat pinuntahan ko na po ito. Dahil ang apektado po dito ay mga katutubo din. Yung mga katutubo po dito ay magmula sa kabundukan ng Cordillera kung saan pinamugaran po ng mga mining, sila po ay napalayas na ron. Hanggang sila po ay napunta na sa Nueva Vizcaya. Ibig sabihin, magmula nung pinalayas sila sa Cordillera, bumaba ng Nueva Vizcaya, eto na naman po ang mga minahan. Nandyan na naman po ang pangil at kuko ng mga minahan na nagtatago sa mukha ng mga dayuhan pero ang nasa likod ay mga multicultural na Pilipino. Yan pong video na yan, kuha po yan ng drone namin kung saan yan po ay sa Dupax. At ilang barangay po dyan ang maapektuhan ng tinatawag nating exploration daw ng mga dayuhan. Ito pong ginawa nating investigasyon, nalaman po natin, Ginoong Pangulo, na ang taong bayan maliwanag naman po no, na dapat konsultahin yung mga barangay. Dapat tanungin yung mga tao dun kung sila po ay maapektuhan ba o payag ba sila na magkaroon ng exploration doon. Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, nagkaroon po dito muli ng pangloloko. Sapagkat yung mga tao, sinabi po nila, oh, may nagpunta dito. Pero hindi po yung konsultasyon, hindi po kami kinonsult. At nakakuha po ng permit itong mga dayuhang kuno na mag-explore. Ginoong Pangulo, malinaw po sa ating batas na dapat magkakaroon ng consultation sa mga barangay, sa mga taong maapektuhan, lalo na kung livelihood nila ang maapektuhan. Katulad po ng usapan namin ng ating boses ng masa, Senator Erwin Tulfo, nag-usap po kami. Sinabi ko po sa kanya, Sir, paano naman yan maglalakas loob? Yaang mga dayuhang kuno na mag-exploration kung hindi alam ng local government. Imposible na papasok yan dyan nang hindi alam ng local government. Hindi yan, napaka-imposible na yung sanggunian, ngayon lang sila magrereklamo kung kailan nakapasok na. Kaya sana po, katulad kanina, sinabi ko po sa ating ginoong boses ng masa, sana po iimbestigahan niyo po ito. Dahil sa akin pong pag-iimbestiga, talagang nagkaroon po dito ng matatawag natin na turuan. Turuan, pero habang nagtuturuan, continuous yung exploration doon. Continuous yung ginagawa nung dayuhan puno na minahan. Hindi ko lang po mapangalanan kung sino talaga may-ari nito. Pero alam ko po, darating ang panahon. Papangalanan ko dahil alam ko kung sino ka. Nakatago ka lang. Nakatago ka lang sa pangalang ito dahil malakas ka pa ngayon. Pero darating ang panahon, mahuhubaran ka rin ng maskara. Pero sa totoo lang po, mga mahal kong kababayan, ito pong patuloy na pagsasamantala sa ating mga katutubo, wala na po silang mapuntahan. Magmumula sa isang lugar, tatakbo sa isang lugar, pagdating sa lugar noon, eto na naman ang mga minero. Sana po dumating ang panahon na ang totoong makikinabang. Kasi hindi naman, alam nyo, wala naman taong kukontra kung ang makikinabang dyan, yung mga taong nandyan. Ang nangyayari, yung mga taong nandyan, palalayasin ang makikinabang, yung mga multicultural na mayaman na, gusto pang maging mayaman. Kaya po muli, maraming salamat po, Senador Erwin Tulfo, sa pagbubukas po ng topic na ito. Senator Risa Hontiveros, kayo po ang inaasahan namin na huwag po itong matakpan. At muli po itong buksan ng buksan sapagkat patuloy po ang pangyayaring ito sa ating mga katutubo. Patuloy po ang pag-aabuso sa kanila. Hindi po ito tumitigil. Patuloy, lagi na lang. Batid, alam niyo po ang kalikasan parang babae ito kasi Ang babae hindi dapat pinagsasamantalahan, hindi pinangungunahan. Kaya nga yan, inang kalikasan eh. Dapat po laging maging maayos ang usapan. Walang pinalalayas. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Robin. At nabanggit nga po ng mga kababayan natin doon na kayo po ay nakapasyal din ho doon. At tulad po ng inyong ama, ay kayo po inaasahan nila na matulungan sila. Mabanggit ko lamang po, Ginoong Pangulo, na ang Dupax del Norte, Nueva Vizcaya ay nasa paanan po ng Sierra Madre Range na bahagi po ng aking advokasya na protektahan po ang naturang lugar at tayo po ay nagpasana ng isang bill para mapangalagaan yung Sierra Madre na yan, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we refer the committee, the speech rather, of our distinguished colleague to the Committee on Local Government as the primary committee and the Committee on Natural Resources as secondary committee. I so. You want to say anything? Yeah. Before you act on the referral, Mr. President, I would like to recognize Senator Lauren Legarda, Mr. President.
Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
I'm sorry, I told the majority, I told the sponsor that I wanted to give my comments about this because I was just in Nueva Vizcaya a few months ago, and Ruth Padilla, the wife of the late Governor Padilla, I think a relative of our colleague, Senator Robin Padilla, Mrs. Ruth has been telling me about the opposition of the locals on the exploration happening here. Just to put on record, Mr. President, I believe that the primary protected area across Dupax del Norte and Dupax del Sur is the Casecnan Protected Landscape, which was officially designated under the Expanded National Integrated Protected Area System, or INIPAS, in 2018. If I'm not mistaken, I was a principal author of this measure, and Senator Cynthia Villar was the sponsor. I would like to know whether the good sponsor, Senator Erwin Tulfo, would like to confirm, aside from the area being part of the Sierra Madre Mountains, if the Casecnan Protected Landscape, which is a protected area, is part of this Dupax del Norte and Dupax del Sur area? Because that is the information I have, Mr. President.
I believe so, Mr. President, but I still have to be sure. I have to check our records, and I have to confer with the local government, particularly the provincial governor of the province, Mr. President.
Yes, I just wanted to put that on record. The exploration site also sits near, aside from the Casecnan Protected Landscape, and also in the Dupax Watershed Forest Reserve. And the locals, the protesters, have been reporting illegal tree cutting, the muddying of rivers due to the road construction for drilling equipment. I know for a fact, and I would like to ask a sponsor, whether the local indigenous groups in the Diocese of Bayongbong have also asserted that this area is indeed ancestral land and a vital watershed for the local indigenous peoples, as mentioned by our colleague Senator Padilla.
Mr. President, some of those who were in the protesting this are members of the indigenous group who were there, who were also dispersed by police authorities. And most of them are farmers and residents of the area. Ang kailang reklamo, Mr. President, ay ang patuloy daw po na exploration at wala pong pagsangguni sa kanila. At nararamdaman na po nila na may mga violations. There are violations. Tama po kayo. Yung pagputol po ng mga kahoy, drilling na nagiging putik yung kanilang mga ilog, Mr. President. So panggamba nila na pag nagtuloy pa po ito, baka mas malala pa, mas marami pang punong kahoy ang mapuputol at mas marami pang mga kababayan na maapektuhan. Hindi lang ang mga indigenous, kundi pati ang buong komunidad ng Dupax, at hindi lang po sa Del Norte, kundi sa iba pang mga lugar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since this is simply exploration, it still needs a permit. May I know whether it was part of your speech on the role of the DNR, whether the DNR actually allowed the permits to be granted for exploration, and how could the DNR grant this despite vocal local opposition to this? How is it possible? Maski ayaw ng mga lokal, ay nabigyan ba ho?
Opo, Mr. President, that's the reason why we want it. We're filing this motion para po maimbestigahan ng ating local government committee on local government. Kasama po ang environment, committee on environment, dahil ang inamin naman po na may si Geosciences Bureau, nabigyan po nila ng permit nang wala namang, at sabi po ng LGU, ng sangguniang panlunsod ng Dupax del Norte, ay wala silang ikang approval, maging ang mga barangay areas na kung saan nagsasagawa ngayon ng exploration, they were not consulted too. So several barangays, including the Sangguniang bayan of Dupax del Norte. Mr.
I'm
President.
confused, Mr. President, because the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, per your speech, confirmed giving them an exploration permit. But I am told that the Sangguniang Bayan, the municipal council, issued the resolution condemning the exploration activities. So how can a national government body and the AMB of the DNR issue a permit when even the own SB of this town in Nueva Vizcaya is aligned with the protesters? So, hindi ko po, siguro dapat natin tawagin kaagad ang DNR kung paano sila makakapagbigay ng permit sa eksplorasyon kung mismo ang Sangguniang Bayan ay hindi sumasang-ayon. Sana po ang boses ng mga tao kung sa Sangguniang pa lang ay hindi na po sang-ayon. Sino kayang nakausap nila?
That was part of my privileged speech, Mr. President. The people were not consulted, particularly the local government unit of the Dupax del Norte municipality. Last August 26, 2025, the Sangguniang Bayan of Dupax del Norte, Mr. President, issued Resolution Number 109, Series 2025, calling for the immediate investigation and possible cancellation of the exploration permit. Ang ibig pong sabihin, Ginoong Pangulo, nabigyan po ng MGB ng exploration permit ang naturang foreign company na binabanggit din po ni Senator Padilla na sinasabi raw po, hindi niya rin alam kung saan nakakuha ng exploration permit o paano nabigyan. Kaya nga po ang sinasabi po at ang mayor na po ay lumapit sa aking tanggapan dahil hindi raw po sila napapansin. Gusto po nila na makialam po ang Senado para hindi na po itong maulit pang muli. Allegedly, a certificate of public consultation was issued by the local government. However, this was denied, Mr. President, by the Sanggunian. Nakipag-meeting lang po sila but they did not grant the request.
Thank you for that. It's possible also, ito kaya'y nabigay ng matagal ng panahon, iba na ang Sanggunian noon at ang LGU head, ang mayor, at hindi pumayag noon or pumayag noon at hindi pumapayag ngayon. Kaya importante po natin malaman sa MGB kung paano ba ito. Kasi every 3 years, nagpapalit naman yan eh.
Tama
Pero
po.
saan na makakapunta ang mga katutubo, ang mga magsasaka, ang mga taong bayan na walang koneksyon sa politika? Sino na ang makakapagsalita para sa kanila kung nagiging putik ang mga ilog, kung nagiging butas-butas na sungka ang mga bundok at guguho na lang ang mga bundok dahil inuuka ng mga makapangyarihan o dayuhan na wala naman permiso sa mga nakatira doon.
Yun po sana ang gusto, Mr. President, ng Sangguniang Bayan ng Dupax del Norte at gayon din po ng komunidad na sila po ay sana ay nakonsulta. Subalit, ang malungkot po dyan, dinisperse po sila dahil nagpalabas pa po ng isang court order daw ang court para i-disperse po sila. Kaya masamang-masama po ang loob ng sanggunian, ng pamahalaan doon, ng lokal na pamahalaan at ng mga residente dahil malinaw na hindi po legal o legit yung exploration permit. Sila pa po ang pinalayas ng mga pulis pero ayon naman sa otoridad, sa mga pulis, yun naman daw po ay may isang court order. So makikita lamang po natin talaga dito, Mr. President, na gaano makapangyarihan po ang kumpanya na yun na nakakuha po ng permit, ng court order para i-disperse po yung mga kababayan natin doon.
Just for the information of the body, INIPAS Act law, which I was a principal author of in 2018, covers 86,246 hectares of land in Quirino, Aurora, and Nueva Vizcaya, I'm not saying that this specific area is part of it. I'm having it checked. But even if it is not, yan ay, how do you say it, parang valley, di ba? Ang Vizcaya. At saka nandyan ang watershed areas.
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. President, bahagi po yan ng ika nga sa paanan po ng Sierra Madre
Yes,
Ranges,
yes.
Mr. President.
Thank you for that. I would like to join you in this investigation as well and many other areas. Sa dami-dami naman ng yamang lupa, doon na sila sa pumapayag na local governments na walang katutubo at hindi naman nawawasak ang kabuhayan ng mga lokal na komunidad. Maraming salamat. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Yes, Majority
I move
Leader.
for my previous motion that we refer this speech and all the interpellations to the Committee on Local Government for the primary committee and the secondary committee, the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. So referred.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just some housekeeping matters, Mr. President. With the consent of the body, upon consultation with the chairperson of the Committee on Public Services, I move to change the primary committee referral of Senate Bill number 63, the amendments to the PIRA Act, from the Committee on Public Services to the Committee on Energy, and to make instead the secondary referral thereof to the Committee on Public Services and Finance. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved for the transfer.
I'll talk to you for 1 minute. Also, Mr. President, pursuant to Section 110 of Republic Act 12009, or the New Government Procurement Act, I move that the Senate President's appointments of 2 members of the Senate panel of the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee on the New Government Procurement Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, pursuant to Section 110 of Republic Act 12009, the presiding officer recognizes the following members by, the chairman recognizes the following members by position and appoints the following 2 members to the Senate panel of the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee on the New Government Procurement Act. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian as chairperson of the Committee on Finance, Senator Francis Pangilinan as chairperson of the Committee on Constitutional Amendments, and appointed members Senator Joseph J.B. Ejercito and Senator Rodante Marcoleta for the minority. So appointed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect Senator Erwin Tulfo as chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Relations, Vice Senator Amy Marcos. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, Senator Erwin Tulfo is elected.
May we recognize the former chairs, Senator Amy Marcos, for manifestation.
Senator Amy Marcos is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa lahat ng konsulado, embahada at mga opisinang hindi naging maramot sa suporta at pagtanggap, lalong-lalo na ang Department of Foreign Affairs na naging katwang ko sa pagbibigay ng 3.5 taon ng pakikipag-ugnayan pandaigdig. Taas noo at taus-puso po ang aking pag-uulat sa bayan ng ating nagawa bilang tagapamahala ng Committee ng Foreign Relations sa Senado. Ang bawat tagumpay ay bunga ng makapilipinong paglilingkod ng Senadong naniniwala sa aking kakayahan. Nagpapasalamat ako at ang aking opisina sa pagkakataong iangat ang Senado at ang Pilipinas mismo sa bawat pulong sa ibayong dagat. Salamat sa mga kapwa kong senador sa kanilang kumpiyansa at pagtitiwala sa mga hakbang na ginagawa para lamang sa bayan, walang halong damdaming personal o politika. Nagtrabaho at nagtagumpay tayo, hindi kailanman nagpakabog sa bawat ganap saan mang sulok ng daigdig sa loob ng 3.5 taon. Ang inyong lingkod ay nahalal bilang kinatawan ng IPU sa UN, sa United Nations, noon sa Geneva, Switzerland, para sa pulong ng Asia Pacific at napili rin bilang Secretary General ng Asia Pacific Parliamentarians on the Environment sa Seoul, South Korea. At ating kinumbida pa sa Pilipinas silang lahat sa Hunyo. Gusto ko pa rin ipakilala ang ating dalawang batas, the groundbreaking Loss and Damage Fund Board Act as well as the code, the new Philippine Passport Act that was passed by your committee. A total of 13 treaties were ratified under our watch. The Violence and Harassment at Work, the Double Taxation Acts, the Social Security Agreements, Cultural Diversity, a long-standing, almost 20-year-old treaty pending for the longest time, and several other acts that should be perhaps the template for many to follow, the Transfer of Sentenced Persons Treaty, the Host Country Agreements, the Philippines-U.S. Narcotics Control, and the Marine Diversity Act. All of these treaties were passed. Also, a total of 8 inquiries in aid of legislation into the Philippine-U.S. Task Force, the One China policy, some very controversial issues, the Ayungin Shoal incident, the inquiry on the U.S. Air Force landing, the Afghan visa applicants, and of course, the infamous ICC hearings on the kidnapping and extraordinary rendition of former President Duterte to the ICC in The Hague. Naway mas mapayabong ng susunod na chairman ang committee natin, alang-alang sa kapakanan ng Senado para sa sambayan ng Pilipino. Muli, maraming salamat sa karangalan ibinigay ninyo sa akin na maglingkod bilang inyong chairperson ng Komite ng Foreign Relations. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Marcos. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we recognize Senator Raffy Tulfo to avail of the privilege hour, we just like to put on record Senator Mark Villar's wishes to insert his explanation of vote on SBN Senate Bill number 1509, which is Philippine Geriatric Center, into the record, Mr. President.
We insert into the records.
Thank you. And we'd now like to recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, I speak before you today on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Water is essential to man. The human body is approximately 50 to 70% water. A human can typically survive about 3 to 4 days without water. And it is recommended that a person drink about 2 to 3 liters of water each day. And not just any water, it must be sufficient, safe, acceptable, physically accessible, and affordable water. This is indispensable to sustain life and health and fundamental to the dignity of all. Parte ng dignidad ng isang tao ang magkaroon ng access sa malinis na tubig. Nalulungkot po ako na ang napagkakaitan ng dignidad na ito ay ang ating mga kabataan. Mr. President, in 2024, isang grupo po ng magulang at estudyante mula sa isang public school sa Dasmariñas, Cavite ang lumapit sa akin dahil sa kawalan ng tubig sa kanilang paaralan at dahil sa kalunos-lunos na lagay ng kanilang palikuran, meaning yung kanila pong CR. Water taps often run dry and cannot reach higher floors, while the toilets are dirty, broken, and unusable. Kaya naman nagtitiis na lang sa uhaw at pag-ihi at pagdumi ang mga estudyante. Ayon sa mga nagreklamo, ginagawa na lamang ng paraan ng PTA or Parents Teachers Association ang problema sa pamagitan ng pag-ambag-ambag upang mapagawa ang lumang motor pump. Nang inilapit po nila ito sa amin, nag-abot ng tulong ang DPWH sa paglagay ng rainwater harvesting system at nakausap din ng paaralan ng LGU. Nagawa ng paraan ang CR at ito ay nasiayos naman. Pero nung nangumusta kami kamakailan, napag-alaman na namin na ang CR ay muling di nagagamit. Ang mga bata ay muling napipilitang gumamit ng CR sa ground floor. Walang tunay na aksyon para sa permanenteng solusyon. As chairperson of the Committee on Public Service, I'm bombarded with complaints on water utilities. During the past few months, I have been talking with communities, local water districts, and LGUs, and it is clear that we are still far from providing adequate water service for our people. Mapalad po tayo dito kung kailangan natin uminom ng tubig, may filtered water, may bottled water, at siyempre, kahit pa paano ay may malinis din na tap water. Pero para sa ilan nating mga kababayan, the availability of water is a guessing game. Para sa marami nating mga mag-aaral sa public school, ang kawalan ng tubig ay realidad na nakasanayan nila. Di tulad natin dito, ang ating mga estudyante ay walang malinis na tubig na naiinom. Kung may tubig man na dumadaloy sa gripo, hindi ito ligtas na inumin. Kailangan magdala sila ng sariling tubig. At pag naubos ito, tiis na lang o kailangan nilang bumili. Sa ibang paaralan, may vendor dispenser na piso-piso o 5 piso. Sino kayang kumikita dito? Pero meron din namang mababait na mga guro na bumibili ng blue container ng water para sa kanilang klase para sa mga batang nakalimot magdala ng tubig. Malaking problema din nila ang poor sanitary facilities. Dahil walang tubig, madalas na madumi, mabaho at mapanghi ang mga CR. Madaming nagsabi na walang tagalinis sa mga CR. Minsan umasa na lang ang paaralan sa mga parent volunteers para malinis ang mga CR. Meron naman talagang walang gumagana na CR, kaya ang estudyante ay nakiki-CR na lang sa ibang building o minsan sa ibang paaralan. At ang masahol pa, nangangapit bahay. At dahil dito, nagkakaroon ng insidente ng cutting classes. Nagliliwaliw ang mga bata, yun na lamang ang kanilang ginagawa. Marami ng insidente ng mga bata ay nag-iigib ng tubig mula sa tangke ng paaralan o mula sa baba para iakyat sa CR sa itaas. May nakarating din sa akin na binibigyan ng mga bata ng water bottle upang doon na lamang umihi ang mga estudyante. Kung sa atin kaya ipagawa ang mga ganitong bagay, papayag ba tayo? Of course, hindi. Tayo manggagalaiti. Paano kung sabihin sa atin ni SP na bago pumasok, mag-CR muna tayo sa ating mga bahay dahil wala ng CR dito sa Senado? Ganito po ang dinaranas ng ating mga mag-aaral, Mr. President. Kamakailan lang, nasaksiyan ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos ang ganitong estado ng ating mga paaralan nung siya'y mag-ikot sa Bulacan, kung saan walang running water sa mga CR sa Tibigan Elementary School sa San Miguel, Bulacan at Barihan Elementary School sa Malolos. Kanyang inutusan ng Local Water Utilities Administration o LUA na magpaliwanag kung bakit walang tubig ang mga paaralang ito at alamin kung sino ang dapat managot. Binigyan din ng Pangulo ang kahalagaan ng tubig para sa ating mga paaralan. Despite the stern call from the President, the problem still persists and it is not isolated to a few schools. Other schools are still suffering. There are still a lot of water problems in Bulacan public schools. Just this December 2025, Marcelo H. Del Pilar National High School suspended classes due to a water service interruption. The water interruption affects the school's ability to maintain essential hygiene and sanitation standards and health protocols. The lack of water for hand washing and toilet facilities poses health and safety risk to learners and school personnel. And just a few weeks ago, San Jose del Monte City Mayor Florida Robes ordered the suspension of face-to-face classes in all levels, both public and private schools, due to a citywide water shortage caused by an emergency water treatment plant maintenance activity. Sa Teresa Rizal naman, nagmistulang Santa Claus ang residenteng si Jameson Lees sa mga mag-aaral ng Abuyod Elementary School dahil sa water tank at truck na kanyang dinala sa paaralan. Nagatid siya ng libreng tubig para magamit ng mga bata sa palikuran. Ayon kay Jameson, 4 na araw nang walang tubig ang paaralan. Kung ganitong kondisyon ng tubig sa ating mga eskwelahan, paano makapag-aral na maayos ang ating mga kabataan? Mr. President, The Philippines is lagging behind all Asia ASEAN member states in terms of drinking water service level in schools for the year 2021. Only 45% of schools in the Philippines were provided with basic water supply service, and 26 relies on unimproved water sources like unprotected wells, unprotected springs, and surface water, if at all available. And according to DepEd, only 43% of elementary schools have access to water used for drinking, and only 28% have access to safe drinking water. While for junior to senior high schools, only 32 to 37% have access to water that is used for drinking, and only 25 to 28% have access to safe drinking water. This is not just an educational concern. This is a health concern, Mr. President. Unsafe drinking water is a major transmission route for diarrheal diseases, typhoid fever, cholera, and hepatitis A, which severely affect children. The Department of Health identifies contaminated water and poor sanitation as key causes of outbreaks of acute gastroenteritis and other communicable diseases, particularly after floods and typhoons. The UN Health Agency's latest data showed cholera cases increased by 5%, and deaths jumped by 50% compared to 2023. Unfortunately, the inadequacy of water and sanitation facilities in the Philippines is highlighted by the prevalence of cholera. Latest data from the Department of Health showed that 773 cholera cases have been recorded this year in different parts of the country as of March 2024. Since 2023 until March 2024, the DOH recorded 3,756 cholera cases with 19 deaths. Meanwhile, diarrhea continues to be a leading cause of illness and hospitalization nationwide, despite Philippine economic growth and ongoing development initiatives. A joint study by the Philippine Institute for Development Studies and the United Nations Children's Fund, Philippines identified the lack of access to clean water, proper sanitation, and hygiene is the root cause of this preventable health issue, particularly in impoverished and underserved communities. I'm glad to know that under EDCOM, this concern is not left unnoticed. Priority Area 8 on school infrastructure addressed the unsafe and inadequate school infrastructure in general and mentioned lack of toilets. Wash facilities and basic utilities as part of minimum service gaps. I fully support its recommendation to integrate water, sanitation, and energy resilience features in our school designs. I hope that WASH in schools or WINS will continue. Sinimulan po ito ng pandemic, which provided minimum standard for facilities. Pero nagtawag kami sa ilang paaralan at sabi nila, hindi na nila ito na-implement. So ibig sabihin, ningas kugon naman po ang nangyari dito. What I cannot understand, Mr. President, is how different our policies and programs are from the actual status in our schools. For one, we have 500 million pesos budget for DepEd, which will cover health facilities for the construction, replacement, repair, rehabilitation of water systems, hand washing facilities, toilet facilities, and health and sanitation related facilities of the school. But data from the Department of Education revealed that 3,628 schools lack regular water sources, while over 8,000 rely on rainwater. Only 61% of schools nationwide have access to clean water. With the recommendations from EDCOM in mind, the Committee on Public Service will begin hearing the bills on the Department of Water, which would improve the monitoring of water services and make implementation of water laws centralized and efficient. Hopefully, issues with DPWH and NIA projects that's supposed to improve water services will also be addressed. Clearer policies for the grant of water permits or for allowing joint venture agreements with water district will be established. We will have a Department of Water that is for the people. Mr. President, in closing, according to the 1987 Constitution, all waters and other natural resources are owned by the state. It is our responsibility to make sure that access to water belongs to all. Hindi pwedeng overflowing ang tubig para sa ilan, pero putik ang dumandaloy o kawalan ng tubig para sa iba. With this, I ask for the support of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Erwin Tulfo is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Erwin Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to manifest my support for this manifestation or for the privileged speech of Senator Rafi Tulfo. Mr. President, totoo po yung sinasabi, talagang kulang po ang mga, marami pong paaralan tayo, lalo na po sa mga lalawigan, ang wala pong tubig. Ganon din po sa Metro Manila. May mga ilang magulang na po ang ilang beses na lumapit po din sa aking tanggapan at nirereklamo na pag-uwi ng kanilang anak, lalaki man o babae, may mga UTI. Dahil nga po wala pong access sa iniinom tubig. Kadalasan po soft drinks na lang. Yung mga may pera po nakakapagbili ng tubig. Yung mga may pera nakakabili po ng bottled water o yung mga water container. Pero paano na lamang po yung mga nasa public schools na talagang wala pong pambili? So they just rely doon sa tubig sa eskwelahan na kuminsan ay marumi pa. Mr. President, the access to water and sanitation is a basic human right. It is recognized by the United Nations as a fundamental to everyone's health, dignity, and prosperity. Therefore, Mr. President, I fully support Senator Rafi in the call to afford this right to every Filipino. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Likewise, Mr. President, this representation supports the bill of Senator Tulfo of the creation of the project water management, Department of Water Management. It's about time, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, I refer the privileged speech of Senator Rafi Tulfo to the Committee on Public Services.
Any objection? Hearing none, the speech and the continuing manifestation of our members are referred to the Committee on Public Services.
With that, Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, February 3, 2026.
Any objection? Hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, February 3, 2026.